not going to overly dominate the buzzers. That is just a law of statistics. And they'll do that to like get everybody hooked in the beginning, and then all of a sudden the favorite candidate, the one that they want to win, will get all the buzzers. They will get the vast majority of them, and the other players are locked out and they can't play. And I have been watching Jeopardy for a really long time, and it didn't used to be that way. And all of a sudden, it changed. And if you watch it, Tom, you will notice that pattern. They'll give that person the daily doubles. It's rigged, and because they never had these. I mean, think of all the runs they've had. Like had that weird guy Matt Amodio. I mean, again, same thing. Buzzer, but that is not the way Jeopardy was for decades. It was, once in a while you'd have something like Ken Jennings. You'd get somebody who did really well, but it wouldn't be one right after another, and that's what we've been seeing for the past few years. It's one right after another where they have people, people getting these runs, one right after another. The show is definitely rigged, and if you watch enough, you being a statistics person, because you used to do stocks, and you look at statistics, you look at chances. The chances of any one person getting all the buzzers, that is not real. It has to be rigged.
Yeah, that's a fascinating thing to look at. You know, I noticed that. I wonder if there's a gateway. In other words, what if the guy started reading the question? Can you immediately, even though you heard the first two words, key it? So let's say you were so smart that you had a high probability that you're going to get the question. I notice nobody stops reading when. They never don't fully read the question. So my point is, what if you just pushed that button down right off the beginning and, just took your chances on something like that? I noticed they edit that too. You notice when it's time to show the people ready to hit the light up for the question, that as soon as the camera goes on them, the light goes on immediately. So that's all edited too. So. Oh, well, who cares, I suppose, But she just won herself a cool $1 million answering trivia. Garbage. Most of that stuff is just garbage. Unless you're a history major or a librarian or something. I don't know. It's almost like Elon Musk would say, which I just admire Elon Musk. I watch a lot of his videos. He would probably comment on something like that and say, yeah, it's nice to know history, but there's nothing technical on that show. Nothing that can improve the lives of everyone. Like the way he's on a roll. He will go down, by the way, Elon Musk, he'll go down in history as one of the greatest innovators of the century. There's no doubt in my mind.
Comment. W1DAN here. I want to see if I have it. So a couple of things. I've been watching this woman win. It's amazing what she knows. I work on a show that is
into an Ameritron AL 1500.
Okay, well, I asked because I'm looking at your modulation on the scope, and you got gobs of positive modulation. Yet it, it sounds nice and clean, so it's working real well. You got plenty of audio on the carrier, and it's really working well. Well, you made me think. I know that the most efficient antenna that you can really probably put up for a lot of stuff, multi-band antenna would be, I guess, as much wire as you can put up, and then some good open wire line down to a balanced tuner, and then into the equipment, unless you can go balanced line right into the transmitter, which some old transmitters would allow. But I'm thinking like, oh, you got to run outside, like that would be no fun in a snowstorm or really most of the time. But I'm thinking, I was thinking about that, and then I thought like, well, I got a basement window, right? I could open the basement window, reach out and adjust the tuner, and the tuner would be outside. You could cover it with something, and then you could bring coax into the shack, and you could have things marked for frequencies, and it would be pretty easy to change it. And that way, you could even tune something up on 160, I believe. It might not be the world's best 160 meter antenna, but it wouldn't be any loss in the feed line, or possibly the feed line would radiate as part of the antenna or whatever. And of course you wouldn't necessarily be restricted to whatever size, a particular size antenna, longer it would be better, I guess. And on the higher bands you would have some gain, although on the higher bands you probably want a low angle of radiation. So I'm thinking like, yeah, I could get a Johnson Matchbox, or I don't know what other tuners would be suitable. I think there's some newer balanced tuners. They accept they're balanced, and then they don't use a balun and then tune it. They tune it and then use a balun to go to the unbalanced, so that the balun is not seeing any SWR, something like that. I know there's some tuners like that, and I was thinking, stick it out the window and open the window and tune it. That way you don't have the open wire line in the house. But it would still be a pain, with changes in weather and the
man.
Bands quickly if you want to monitor. So, but it's something to think about. If you're in the basement, you have a basement window, and you put a cover over a tuner, and you have everything marked. That'd be the way to go. Really efficient. That's something to think about. Yeah, the brisket is. I think what you do is you put a fat side up. You put onions on top, sliced onions, and you cook it in the oven for a half hour. And then you put water in the bottom of the pan, and you cover it, and you cook it for another like 2 hours or something. And it just falls apart. It crumbles, and it has a good flavor. And then I deluge it with Worcestershire sauce and horseradish. Oh, that's pretty good. I also got some chuck cubes to make some stew with. For later in the week, I'll probably cook that up tomorrow and have it Wednesday or Thursday. With wide egg noodles and lots of fresh mushrooms in it. I love mushrooms in almost everything. Oh, love mushrooms in cacciatore and stew, and just in kebabs. There's pretty much there isn't any way I don't like mushrooms. So it's all that good wintertime food. Summertime it's deli stuff and barbecue and cooler things, and wintertime is nice hot soups and things you cook in the oven for a while. KD2 BRM. Hopefully you're not getting too hungry. From N2DTS.
Yeah. All right. What's up, Perry? Stand by 1 second. I'll throw a couple. Let me make sure I'm not doubling here. Hold on. Yeah, I'll throw a couple of remarks there. No, I'm hungry already, Brett. But I agree with everything you said. We do the same here. We mix and match and alter the meal seasonally. Plus it's a good thing too. You don't get bored of of certain things. Some people eat the same stuff and they beat it to death all year long. But yeah, copy. Yeah, I traded simplicity for efficiency, and the game plan wasn't to keep the Matchbox outside. It was to get it in and I was going to run open wire line in my crawl space, but I got lazy last year, and I did a temporary setup, and the temporary became permanent for the time being, which I am not going to keep it this way permanently. But right now the Johnson Kilowatts wrapped in a 8 mil trash bag out on the wicker chair in the garden, so it's weatherproofed as far as, you know, snot. But yeah, it's not the most user friendly. But your idea is better at the window. I wish I have a window, but it's not workable. I'd have to actually, well, it is, but it ain't. Anyway, I'm not going to bore you with details. But anyway, yeah, so I traded efficiency or simplicity for efficiency, and my signal improved greatly. And it was, you know, partially my friend Eric, and I spoke, you know, with Timmy Yellar there, and, you know, we came up with a good plan here. So, yeah, it's not the most user-friendly setup, but Perry and I are basically using the same antenna type system, but Perry has a slightly different tuner. His is indoors, which helps, and I believe his Balun is on the input side, on the coax side, so he's got like no loss either. You know, this is link coupled. His is, I think, a balanced L or something, which you can elaborate. Yeah, but all good stuff. There's always trade-offs, Brett. You know, that's the thing. So I opted to. I'm not a channel surfer. I'm not a DXer. I'm not like, you know, I don't jump from 20 to 40 to 10 to 15. I kind of set up shop, see what's going on, and stay put. So the tuner outside's not the worst thing in the world. I do bring it in if I'm not going to be on the air or on vacation or stuff like that. But yeah, I'll bring it in tonight when I come in. But yeah, man, all good stuff. All good stuff. I'm going to pass it over to Perry. I heard W3 MMR in the mix. So over to, what is it, southeastern Pennsylvania, SEPA, SEPTA? Isn't that the train station? Whatever. I'm talking trash right now. Over to you, Perry. W3 MMR, KD2BRM.
KD2BRM. In the group W3MR. What's up, fellas? Yeah, just getting on here. Yeah, me and Ernie are pretty much running the same thing for the most part, as far as what's up in the air. My antenna's a little bit longer because I think he shortened his. I got 125 feet of wire in the air, 600 ohm open wire fed. I don't know how much feed line I used, to be honest. I didn't measure it. I threw it up so I could, and just trimmed it till I could work. You know, I probably have 80 feet maybe in the air, maybe a little less. But I can tune 10 to 160 with no issue whatsoever. I have a bunch of ground radials out there too, all random size, and they're all like on one side of the antenna because of the way my yard is. But it helps out with the match on 160. I'm using a homebrew balanced L network antenna tuner. You can see the pictures on my QRZ page. It's a giant thing. And the choke is on the transmitter side, so it's seeing a good match. So I got like no loss, no common mode current in the shack. The feed line comes right into the shack. I drilled 2 holes right in the wall. Put some PVC. Pipe through, and then I took a heater hose, or you know, automotive heater hose, put that on the inside of that, then silicone, and then I pull the wire through, then put silicone, so it's like suspended in silicone, coming right into the tuner and on the wall, and it works fantastic. I mean, absolutely fantastic. I've run 500 watts of carrier into this thing, and for 5 or 6 minute transmissions, and not a thing heats up on it. On 160 or wherever. Obviously, mostly use it here, but where the antenna is pretty much resonant, so it's not. I'm not really, you know, matching too much with here on this band. But wait a second, am I on the right? Are we on 70? Am I on the right frequency here?
Uh-oh. Yeah, you got it, Perry. 70. We're here.
I just looked up and saw that. I said, what? Sorry. All right, yeah, so, well, that's the story here, man. But I have a modified MFJ, 989C. Is that the model of it? They're like 3 kilowatt T-tuner that my father would, because I was trying to get on 160 with this antenna system, but the balun would heat up like crazy. But the choke's on the opposite side. I mean, that's on the, on the high Viswar side. So he mentioned that maybe I could modify it, move it to the other side. So I moved it to the other side on the tuner, and it works great. So I have a modified T-tuner for that I moved that balun. So over to you, Brett. W3MMR.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Clark.
Hey, what's up, Clark? Either Clark or Brett, take it. Clark, if I'm not being disrespectful, Brett, I'm going to pass it to Clark.
You know what? On just first thought, I'd say that's pretty rude, but anyway. No, just good afternoon, gentlemen. Look at this, the Sunday Afternoon Tea Club. I thought I'd join you. I put some iced tea in the microwave and heated it, and you know what? It tastes actually just like tea.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
I'm always discovering new stuff.
Well, I thought there was a commercial tuner that had the balun on the input, and then the tuner itself was balanced. I think they came up with that, but I don't know what model that is. I experimented with open wire line a long time ago, and tried various things, but I didn't try a balanced tuner. And I wouldn't want to try to get the open wire line into the shack. So, the thing with it being outside the basement window would be ideal, because coax could come through the wall and around all the metal shelving and cabinets and racks of equipment and all that kind of stuff, and go into the station control, and I could run over to the window and do some presets. The only thing that would foil the plan would be, weather. So then you got a problem of, if weather changes things, and I know with open wire line it really does. Well, then the tuner is over in one spot, and all the SWR meters and stuff are in another spot, so you'd have to have an SWR meter right there, or built into the tuner, which I guess some do. But then you'd have to put, key the transmitter, run over to the tuner and tune it. That seems less workable than a fan dipole. But I don't know. Just a topic of conversation, and I know how Clark hates this technical stuff.
I don't have to go anywhere, Brad. It's right next to me. Like, I can reach the turns counter, key the transmitter, spin the turns counter if I need to. I can change bands in 10 seconds. I could be on 160, loaded up, ready to go within 10 or 15 seconds from right now. I could be on any band. It's great. I mean, I have, shorting clips on my inductors and stuff, but just mark them, and I have, the antenna doesn't change around. The match only changes once. When it gets wet, I have a wet setting and a dry setting. And that's that. And I don't have to move the capacitor at all when it rains. I just move on the spot on the inductors. But, I mean, the only reason I have any RF in my shack is because the one side of my antenna is about 10 feet over my roof right now. And but I don't have any. I can put a field strength meter right up to the tuner. Within 6 inches of the tuner, then the field strength meter will start going up. But maybe I got lucky. I don't know. But it works really well for what I do. And multi-band operation and one antenna, and not a compromise. Not much room. A very small lot. I mean, it'd probably be a different story if I had more room. I would definitely have more dipoles up, band-specific dipoles, and probably coax fed then. But for right now, it worked fantastic for what I got here.
How how much and how often do you have to move those clamps on the coils?
Never. If it rains once, that's it. And when it gets wet outside, the match, where I have it right now, the match goes out to about 1.8 to 1. And I'll just move the clips right to the other mark that I have, then it goes right back down to flat.
No, I'm talking about when you go through like 160, or say you want to work the guys on 15, you don't move those clips?
No, usually I have to when I go from here to 15 meters, or say 20 meters. I have a 20 meter spot on there, and then I have it written down on an index card where the turns counter for where I put the capacitor, and that gets me close, and then I load right up, and usually all I got to do is just touch up the capacitor. And I mean, I don't, going in the general portion of say 20 meters from the bottom end of the general portion to the top, I probably only have to move the taps maybe one time, maybe. But I could get away with probably just spinning the capacitor. My match would still be good enough.
Yeah, okay. Just just curious. I probably wouldn't do it. If I wanted to get on 160, I'd have to do something different. But I don't know, it doesn't seem worthwhile. I get enough operation on 40 and 80 really to keep me busy, and I can do the upper bands too. So, all right, just curious. It looks like a pretty industrial way to do it. I make my plug-in coils the same way. I don't use the plexiglass. I just wind them and then put banana plugs on the end. So for a lot of the homebrew transmitters, when I want to change the bands, I just pull the coil out, plug the 40 meter coil in, and I have a chart on the front of the transmitter for the tuning and loading settings that gets me where I want to be. So that's pretty efficient. The big copper coil. So I like that idea.
Hey, Brett, let me just make sure I got it here. Yeah, Brett, what I did was I went outside with the MFJ 259B or whatever the hell model I have, and I made a chart, kind of like what Perry did there. And I tuned like 3885, I tuned 3873, I tuned, some slot bucket spots I like to frequent, and so I have a chart like everywhere I want to talk. So if I adjust the dials, will it be off a smidge? Will I not see a totally flat SWR? It might be off like 1.1 or something instead of one flat. But it's close enough for government work. So, once you set the antenna up with open wireline, you basically can just have a cheat sheet like Perry and I, and you just adjust the dials to what you got to do, and you're good to go. Like I said, it's not going to be that far off. And Perry, I'm not seeing as much of a difference in the crappy weather here as like what you're saying. Don't know if it's just the tuner or logistics or feed line length or... most of my feed line hangs down vertically, so maybe the rain running off it, plays differently. I don't see, like you said, you'll go from like a 1 to a 1.8 when it's rainy or something like that, or wet. I don't really get anywhere close. It's not even enough to bother making separate, adjustments or a chart for rainy, snowy stuff. But the other thing you could do, Brett, too, is, if you have like a two-pole switch, if you had your tuner at the window and you have your coax going into a two-position switch, one position could take your transmitter to the Johnson matchbox, and the other position can be hooked up to an MFJ or any analyzer that you want. You can really, if you really want to get anal and fine-tune it to, a one flat, you can do that too. But the cheat sheet works well, and I guess it would be slightly variable, to your application. weather-wise, depending what type of feed line you ran. But yeah, it's that's why no two installs are the same. That's why I don't like to tell people to not try something or to try something because it worked or didn't work here. You know, because my application, Perry and I are using virtually the same antenna, but different feed line lengths and slightly different antenna lengths and 2 different tuners. And I really get no difference in weather-related adjustments on this end. So for whatever that's worth, I don't know. I don't know who it's up to, so I'm going to pretend this is an NBA game, and I'm going to be the ref and throw the ball up, and whoever tips it off has possession. KD2BRM.
All right. Well, I'd like to bring up an antenna tuner topic. Do I have it? That's amazing. I had gotten a, pardon my voice, I have a cold, so I don't sound right. Well, more, or I should say less normal than usual. I ended up getting this intriguing antenna tuner that, from an estate, and what appealed to me is that it had 2 dual-ganged variable caps, a single variable cap, and a massive 4-inch diameter inductor with lots and lots of turns on it. It's like, wow, this is a beautiful tuner. I just, for nothing else, I'd just love to have the parts, but let's see if I can get this working. And it had a rotary switch which would select not only the number of taps on the inductor, but also the basically it was a link couple tuner, just to give you the schematic. But the way they did the link couple tuner is somewhat unique, and there are issues. So what the person who built this did is they took a very long inductor, again it's like a foot, and about 4 inches in diameter, and they severed the connections in the middle so that they could use the middle, like 20 turns, as the input coil, and then they cut that in half. So the very center of the coil is the center tap of the feed, the input link, and then to 10 turns in one direction and 10 turns in the other direction are the switchable sections, so you can control how much inductance you have on the input. And then the output has that also goes to a rotary switch, and you can select, how many turns on both sides. The multi, a rotary, like a band switch, and it switches the, both ends of the coil, the taps on both ends of the coil simultaneously. I thought, wow, this is a genius tuner. I like it. It doesn't work. So what happened is the person put the center coil and fed it out of phase with itself. Sort of like you might think like in an audio transformer. Should work, right? Does not work in this application. So I fixed that. I made it all one phase. So now the input, let's say for example, uses the whole input link, which is in the middle. But now the problem is it works on 80 and nothing else. What the hell is it? Is that because there's too much distance between the two end inductors? Like you can't really take your secondary and interrupt it with a primary? Because I've never seen anything like this before. Anyway, sorry for the convoluted explanation, but it's something which has been kind of gnawing at me for a while. N1 BCG.
Well, what makes me think it might not work is normally for something like that, the input link is only like 2 or 3 turns, right? Not 20 turns.
Yeah, I'm not using all 20 turns. I also find that unnecessary. So, I mean, just starting off, I use 10 turns. But the thing is that it goes up to it'll tune 40 meters. I can do 80 and 40. I can't do anything more than that. But I'm just suspicious that, of the design, whereas normally in a link-coupled tuner, the primary would be, over the secondary. The windings would be, over the, you see what I'm saying? It's over it. Anyway, and here it actually interrupts the secondary, and I think that may be a clue as to why it's wonky.
No, I think you have, you should have like a 2 or 3 turn input link, And then on each side, you could have a coil that's tapped that would be, you know, the number of turns for the band you want, and that would be balanced to unbalanced. One side of the link would be grounded, or if you can go through a capacitor to whatever, like when you look at old transmitters, that's the, you know, if you look at a balanced line transmitter, you know, a triode, push-pull triode, you got a coil, a link, and a coil. And the link is in the center of the coil, and then you have a balanced cap. So I would think that you wouldn't want it over the coil, because coil would be split, I think, from what I'm understanding.
This is KC1 IDQ.
Good afternoon, KC1. Was it IDQ?
Hello there.
Yeah, hi, how are you? Yeah, just testing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. This be here for a second. Just testing out my Johnson 500. The name is Paul. I'm in Milford, Connecticut. Having trouble receiving. I don't know if you guys have I got a super high noise level, but as soon as you drop down below 3.8, it drops dramatically. I don't know what that is. But I can hear you guys. You got a strong signal, but the noise level is like 30 over.
Man, that's...
You're practically my neighbor. I'm in Greenwich. It's N1BCG, Clark. I hear you fine. The 500 sounds great, but I wasn't hearing that noise here, so I think that may be local to you.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I thought it was something in the house here. I was checking the computers and lights and this and that. But I noticed it drops. It's like 30 over, but then when you drop below 3.8, it drops to S9. But I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I think you sound familiar. Your voice sounds familiar. Are you in Connecticut?
Absolutely. In New Jersey terms, I'm exit 3. It's Clark in Greenwich, N1BCG. I had that too, briefly, and it turned out to be a wall wart, a switching power supply wall wart. So if you have any of those in your house, like, you know, a 12-volt, 1-amp wall wart that weighs less than a dime does, there's your clue to get rid of it and get a old school, you know, wall wart with a transformer, like a real 60 hertz transformer, and not that switching stuff.
Yeah, don't get me started on wall warts.
I have to check. I thought it was the computer power supply because I know when that's on, but you got to be right near it. I'm downstairs in the shack, so I'll figure it out. I don't know if it's conditions or, you know, where I am. Sometimes I don't hear that, but I was trying to talk to my friend Joe in Long Island. He's in Glen Cove, and he's got a great signal like you, but the noise level is, you know, pretty even with what you guys are doing. I mean, like 30 over, that's really bad, you know. So, you know. But yeah, I'll let you get back. I was just testing this out. Yeah, I'm just using a dipole. It's not up very high. It's, you know, that's why I guess you could probably hear me good. It's very low to the ground, inverted V. But yeah, I've talked to you before. I know you're in Greenwich, so it's not a, you know, you got a good signal here. I'm in Milford, so right near the shore. So, all right, I'll let you get back. I just wanted to see if you could, you know, how this thing was working. I was having problems with it not too long ago. Seems to be working okay now.
Yeah,
my quick story is I ended up getting a new wireless router, and that's when my troubles began. And it turns out that it wasn't the router itself, it was the wall wart that powered it. And so the noise had access to all the Cat 6 cables that ran all over the house, including the cable coax. So it had tentacles everywhere where the noise could be radiated. That and the cable modem are now powered by a 1970s era Archer CB radio power supply. How about that for repurposing? And the noise has gone away.
Yeah, put it this way. I had a neighbor 2 doors down from me that had a wall wart. This is just a couple weeks ago for Christmas. that was causing me 30 over the noise floor here on 80, 160, every band. And also, I had a plasma TV in my other neighbor's house that was causing 30 over noise here in the AM window, and ended up buying her a television. So, yeah, man, the wall wars can wreak havoc, so don't, start off by killing all the breakers in the house and having a radio on a battery, and then, but don't think it's not coming from your neighbors, because there's a good chance that it is.
I have a quick comment as well, or pet peeve moment. When people say, I don't mean to interrupt, you actually do mean to interrupt. What you should say is, I'm sorry I'm interrupting, because you want to interrupt. But I'm just being me. Anyway, it's all good.
You're such an ass.
Now.
You're right. I do mean to interrupt. Okay.
That's funny. Yeah, that's Ernie for you.
I do the same thing, and I catch myself, and then I insult myself, but it's all good. I just figured I'd make it funny out of the situation.
This is good. My noise is down to 20 over. I'm going to call my friend Joe, see if he'll get on. I got to find an empty spot before the sidebanders come on, because last night they were trying to jam us.
Well, good luck with that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, you guys got a great signal here. Like I said, I'm using the HRO 60, and I don't know how calibrated the S meter is, but you're like 40 over.
I'm using a 10 pill.
Above the noise level. That's good. All right. I'm going to take off. I guess I got to do a few things, and
no idea the station was that profitable.
A good spot on here I can talk on later on. All right. This is KC1 IVQ, and thanks for the advice.
Yeah, man. Take care. Name's Perry. W3MMR. MMR. Take care. Good signal down this. Very good signal down this way, I should say. Yeah, man. Good conditions.
Take care. 73.
Right, 73.
Hey, I found Palstar makes a balanced tuner here. This is a BT 1500A, and it has two roller inductors, ganged roller inductors, a really big capacitor, and some big contactors inside of it. And it takes a balanced line in and gives coax out. I knew somebody made one. I know might be another one too. 1500 watts. That's probably PEP. So 200 watts AM maybe. I don't know. Double balanced antenna tuner. And it's got a watt meter in there, and 3,000 watts or a 300 watt range, and a reflected meter. So I don't know. They could stick that out the window. That would work, I guess, for moderate power levels anyway.
That tuner's actually got it's very similar to mine, but mine's just a lot bigger. Those contactors switch the capacitor from in front or behind of the inductors, is what they do for high Z or low Z antennas. And like if you go to Bruce W2XR's QRZ page, you'll see his balanced down network tuner. He uses two roller inductors that are ganged side by side. But in the Palstar, those are 15 microhenry inductors. Mine are 13, and their capacitor I think only goes down to maybe 60 puff, 70 puff. Mine goes down to damn near zero, and up to 1,000. Their capacitor isn't quite as rangeful as my vacuum cap, but I think Gordon W2GOR has that tuner. But I know a few. I've heard it works pretty well. It looks to be built well. I'd like to build one smaller, but trying to find 2 15, microhenry, 13 microhenry, roller inductors that are matching, a matching pair, that you're not going to pay as much as you'd pay for a brand new tuner for just the inductors. I mean, if you ever go on eBay and try to buy like a QRO edge wound like Johnson roller inductor, you'll spend they're asking $300, $400, $500 for them, for one of them on eBay, and you can't find two of the same inductor. In my case, anyway, unless you build them, I guess. But I don't have the stuff to build a roller inductor.
Well, the picture shows the capacitor has a really small separate section. So maybe they corrected that issue. Because it says it does go up at 10, I think. And, yeah, well, I have a scrap Heath kit 2060, I think it is. The big roller inductor in it. That's a big roller inductor. I could get two of them. I could buy another Heath kit, thing, and gang them together and put them in probably in that same box. But I like the idea that this is all built in one box with the meters and everything in it. And, it's kind of weatherproof, waterproof. It's enclosed, so that's kind of good. But, well, it's good that somebody's actually making something like that. Anyway, I'll get off the topic.
The pickup for my watt meter, my LP500 is right at the input to the tuner, between the amplifier and the antenna tuner, so it gives me, so obviously it'd be the same thing as if there was a watt meter on it. But now I got a couple antenna tuners over here. I have a Tentec 238, an old Tentec 238. I love that. The antenna tuner worked great. I got that given to me by Phil, WA3RGY. And then I have that MFJT tuner, which was my first tuner. And then I got a real low-powered one somewhere around here that I picked up at a Hamfest for like $10. So I thought I might do like field operations or like, field day things. And I couldn't pass it up for how cheap it was, so... Yeah, cool stuff, man. Oh, yeah, that's right. Brent, W1IA just built one, Brett. He's been talking about it a lot lately. He just built one, and had his ups and downs with it, but now he's loving it, so cool stuff. W3MMR, and I'll shut up now. Is that another QSO?
How dare they?
Bastards.
Well, somebody picked what, 3870?
Yeah, why not?
Oh boy. Well, it'll get attention in a while, that's for sure.
Now, one thing I'm curious about, if you're talking about, a balanced antenna and balanced line into a tuner, how hard do those roll inductors have to work? Depending on, frequency tuning and all that, are those things going to be at a high current point and start cooking up, or what?
Well, I think on 160, since I'm running a short antenna, it's got a lot of current on there. But with the size of this tuner here, Brett, I mean, nothing ever heats up on this thing, ever. Has ever gotten hot on it. But I don't, I'm not running crazy amounts of power through it either. On sideband, I'll maybe run 1200 watts through it, and now since I got rid of my big amplifier, I'm only running maybe 200 watts on AM, so I'm not like anywhere near what this, but I've never noticed anything with this, but maybe with something really small diameter inductor or something.
Yeah, well, the roller inductors look okay, but I'm just a roller inductor has a disadvantage of, that moving contact, and they're usually silver plated. Any resistance will rear its ugly head under high current. I mean, I set fire to my my heat kit, the 2060. I set fire to capacitors, and I noticed that even on 80 meters, dumping 300 or 400 watts into it, that it would get pretty warm. That's an unbalanced tuner setup when I ran it. So that's why I don't run tuners anymore. But with open wire line, you'd have to. There's no other way. Although I remember the 30K1 I had. That had that accepted open wire line, and it had link. Swinging links that went into the to the coil, the plate coil, and it had series capacitor, quite a large value to tune out, I guess, the link reactance. So I guess with that kind of a transmitter, you didn't need a tuner at all, right? It was all in the transmitter.
Well, I swear by the Johnson kilowatt, but I don't do 160, so it's kind of an unfair statement if you do 160 for coming from me. But pound for pound, dollar for dollar, ounce for ounce, whatever. We use Rocky Balboa, kind of. I'm being stupid. You know what I'm saying? I think dollar for dollar, whatever. I'm repeating myself. A Johnson kilowatt matchbox is tough to beat. Unless you do 160. There are modifications for it, but I just feel like if you're going to spend a couple of $100 on, vacuum caps and all kinds of crap, you spend $500 or $600 on a good shape Johnson matchbox shipped to your door from eBay or anywhere else, and it's going to be tough to beat. KD2 BRM.
I never had luck with mine. My dad gave me. I got a kilowatt matchbox, and it doesn't have the matching range that this tuner has, in my opinion. And for doing what I do, going from literally 10 meters to 160, and number two, it doesn't have 160.
Well, the point would be 160, I think.
Let me make sure I got it. Yeah, Perry, there's ways around that, which Timmy taught me. It's either putting a cap across the terminals or a inductor across the terminals. I did not need to do that. I needed to do that on the smaller Johnson, the whatever it is, the 275 they call it, the little brother of the kilowatt. And I needed to do that to match 40 meters because I couldn't get a good match. I think I was able to get like 1.7 was my best match, and then I ended up farting around with a coil, and I figured out what I needed to do. But the kilowatt just gives me a lot more bandwidth here on 75 and 40. The smaller one, I guess, just doesn't have, like you said, they are limited. But you have a kilowatt. So I can't really speak for what you're coming across, but there are ways to cheat it. But if you're looking to get rid of it, you got my cell number.
Who? Who is that just broke in?
Yeah, this is KC1 IVQ kilowatt Charlie 1 India Victor Quebec.
Yeah, KC1 IVQ. Good evening. Paul. Weren't you just in here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was somebody else. Because there's somebody else on the 3885, I believe. Yeah, I wasn't here before. I'm sorry. I thought this was... You guys, there's more people on here, I think, than before, right?
Yeah. There's another QSO up on 3885, man. So go say hi to them. You're welcome to stay here, obviously, but yeah, there is another QSO up on 3885. I think Bruce W2XR and Frank GFZ. And there's a whole bunch of them up there.
Okay, I was confusing you guys with them. Okay, I'm sorry. But by the way, you got a strong signal. Where are you located?
I'm right outside of Philadelphia. I'm 7 miles southwest of the Philadelphia International Airport here in Chester, Pennsylvania, in Delaware County.
Okay, yeah, I've been out of that airport before, going to Cancun. All right, yeah, and the conditions seem to be changing. I mean, you sound, it sounds a lot better now. Noise level has dropped dramatically for me, so I'm not sure what was going on with that, but it's dropped a lot. Okay, I'll let you get back. I just thought I was talking to somebody else different than before. All right. I'll be listening. This is Kilowatt Charlie 1, India, Victor, Quebec.
Sounds good, man. Sounds like a plan. Good to hear you. Thanks for this report. Yeah, you're coming in good down here. Glad your noise is getting situated. And Ernie, my old man said, like, why don't you get rid of that thing? But he gave it to me. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't want to get rid of it, kind of thing. But it's kind of cool looking too. It's big, but I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get rid of it.
Well, look at it this way, Perry.
Hey, George.
You have no use for it. Dad's telling you to get rid of it. I think Dad likes me. I don't know. We got along well over the air and at Sussex. So maybe I'm the perfect candidate for W2SDR's Johnson Kilowatt Matchbox to make a new home. I don't know. What do you think?
Ham Ferry.
Hey, George.
Hello, Perry. Hello, Clark. Let's see if this thing doesn't squeal tonight. I think I fixed it. So, good evening, all.
Hello there.
Yes, everyone. Good evening. Okie dokie. Hello, Ernie.
What's up, George?
Nothing too much. Just got out of the shower. My wife's on the way home from work. She had chicken defrosting. She's going to whip us up some dinner. And in the meanwhile, I'm playing radio and drying out.
And you're not a squealing ham tonight.
That's right. I'm not squealing like I'm in Deliverance tonight. Yes.
Brett, what rig are you on tonight?
Who, me?
Yes, you, Brett. Yes.
I deny it. The screen modulated rig. Why?
I was just wondering. Because now every time I hear you, I think about asking people what they're on.
Well, that's kind of the interesting thing, unless you're just going to stick with current news items. But how do you think it sounds? Does it go low enough? I don't know. Does it sound all right?
It sounds great. Yeah, it's low enough, all right. You got my subwoofer rumbling.
Brett, do you get my email?
Who's that?
George, N2LJO. How you doing? I copied you on an email to ICOM.
Oh yeah, that's futile. I believe that they know, and I think our market is probably a small part of it, and they have their reasons to do whatever it is they're doing. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for the receive and the transmit. But, no, I agree with you. But, man, they could sell a ton of those radios if they had some fidelity. Yeah, can you imagine? Especially the 7300. I mean, if that things went to like 50 to 4,000, they probably would have sold at least another 10 of them.
Well, I figured I'd take a shot. I actually emailed Bob Heil, and he mentioned this guy Ray Novak's name, and that's why I emailed him.
I was actually I heard rumblings that the Kenwood TS 890 and 990 can transmit up from 0 to 4 kilohertz, 8 kilohertz total AM bandwidth, and listen to up to 10 kc of total AM bandwidth. So I did some digging today, and it really can. I heard Rich, a K1 ETP on one today, and it sounded fantastic.
Yes, that's true. They do. I've seen it. So, yeah, Kenwood can do it, ICOM are missing the boat. And that guy, I believe he's the one that's always on all the videos of I forget what channel that is, but he gets together with a couple other guys and does all the reviews on all the ICOMs.
Yep. Well, I forget his title. I looked him up on LinkedIn. He's got a a title that would make you think he does more than that. But we'll see. Let's see if I even get a response. That'll be interesting.
Oh yeah, he's an official. I think he's an ICOM employee, I believe.
Yeah, no, he is. He is. He works for HiCom. He's on LinkedIn. If you go to LinkedIn and look up Ray Novak, you'll find him there. And I forget what his title is, but he works for them. So we'll see. Look, all they got to do is they probably are working on a firmware update. I would hope, for other things. I didn't mention any of the other things, so I'll see if I get a response from him. But, clearly they could correct that. The radio sounds beautiful on sideband. It really does. It sounds phenomenal the way I have the audio chain set. And my 870 would sound really good on sideband, and 90% is good on AM. So it's very frustrating, and, if they are going to do a firmware upgrade, I don't know why they couldn't just, reconfigure the AM transmit audio. The receive audio doesn't bother me as much as it bothers you, I don't think. I've got two big three-way speakers here under the desk, and I've got some other speakers up on top, and a little Pioneer integrated amplifier that I'm feeding the audio into. So I've got like a wall of sound here at the desk.
Yeah, but you don't get any of Perry's, the subsonic stuff, and I want to be able to hear, like when somebody's oil burner comes on and it's, in the background, you got that subsonic, it's an SDR. All the SDRs should be able to do that, So, yeah, Yaesu's missed the boat too. I think they're 3K. I don't think any of their rigs go, 4K is, I consider that good enough for me. And then the low end, I don't like a lot of low end, but I want it to be in there.
Well, I don't care as much about the bandwidth. It would be nice. My 870 went to 3.1, something like that, in the menu, and it sounded respectable. It didn't sound yellowy. It wasn't tinny, Winchester Cathedral-ish. Didn't sound like a B-17. It sounded okay, even with the 3K, and there's no reason why they can't make, even if they leave the bandwidth alone, just make the damn thing sound respectable on AM, for crying out loud. $3,000 radio, it should sound decent in every mode. It shouldn't sound great on sideband and like crap on AM.
I never understood that, George. Yaesu has been missing the boot for years.
Well, this is a 7610 that I bought.
No, I know, but the same thing. I bought a 3000 like 10 years ago, and it's an awesome radio on sideband. But AM it blows. I have a 991A, which I use for 2-meter sideband and some other crap, and it sucks on AM. The only good Yaesu I have for AM is an FT101, which is unmodified, but it still sounds better with its scratchy, obnoxious audio. I don't understand. It's all up to firmware, and I don't understand why these manufacturers, maybe because they come from Japan and AM isn't a big thing, but pretty sure most of their radios are being sold outside of the rice country there that's making them. So get the damn things to sound good on AM. I don't understand. It's easier to Mars mod it and use it on 11 meters than it is to have the damn thing sound good on AM. I just don't get it. Pity to BRM.
And it's not going to take away from any of the other modes. It's not like they have to take audio quality away from sideband to put it in AM. It's just a separate setting.
There's no market for it, though. It's like 0.001% of the people use the radios on AM, and probably only 10% of them care what it sounds like.
But Brett, how much money financially? Well, I don't know. I'm not expecting you to answer my question, but how much more money is it going to cost them to make it sound good on AM? I get what you're saying, and I agree with you, which is why I started out with the comment that they're catering to a certain crowd. But seriously, at the end of the day, financially, it's a couple of keystrokes at this day and age, isn't it? We're not talking about putting mechanical filters and all kinds of jazz in there. We're talking about a software program that says, hey, let's see, AM can go 10 kc wide instead of 6. It's like bink bink on the keyboard and they're done.
Well, that's true, but there might be markets where the bandwidth is restricted, and I think in Germany AM is prohibited, so they would have to make a special version for the United States, and I don't know if the ARRL or the FCC would frown at that. I don't know. I know people gave Flex a hard time when they offered wide bandwidth, but they ignored it, I think.
Well, they could leave it at 3K. My point is they could leave it 3K wide and still make it sound a hell of a lot better than it does.
Well, what's so objectionable in the sound? What do you find that's actually bad?
You can't get rid of the mud, and it's very tinny. And I've tried it flat. I've tried it all different ways with the EQ, and it's awful. It's awful. And it sounds beautiful, almost as good, not quite, but almost as good as my 870 sounded on sideband. That's how the 7610 sounds on sideband. So, I don't know. We'll see. I actually, for laughs, I put a dynamic mic straight into the front of the radio. On sideband, you would not believe it sounded 80-85% as good as when the audio is processed. I could not believe it. Bob Heil says he's got this ICM microphone, and that'll fix the problem. I don't know how it's going to fix it on AM if a dynamic microphone doesn't fix it.
Now, do you find the same problem on the 7300?
I don't own a 7300, but I've heard plenty of guys on them that sounded better than the 7610 does, in my opinion.
All right. Yeah, well, you think it would be the same software.
You would think, yeah, but, the menus are a lot different.
Yeah.
2LJL.
I was at HRO the other day, W3MMR, with my dad. This was about a week ago, and the guy gave us a rundown on the FT-DX101, and which is really cool. A lot of cool features. Receiver sounded pretty good with their noise canceling technology that they have, and the noise blankers and all that stuff. And I guess we were on 20 meters, listening into Europe, but they had an 890 there. And if I would have known what I knew now a couple weeks ago, I'd have been much more interested in that and would have probably had the rundown on that rig, because they look really nice. They're all beautiful. They're all really big too. But now isn't the 990 a lot of money?
The 990 is about $7,000. It's a 200-watt radio with a built-in power supply. It's like the updated version of the 940, and that has 2 receivers in it. Make sure I got it. The reason I bought this was A, it was an SDR, and B, it has a dual receive, second independent receiver, and C, it was $800 less. And for want of $800. I don't know. I'll see. If I don't get any satisfaction, I'm probably going to wind up dumping this. And what am I going to get for it? 6 months old, 7 months old. By the time I sell it, $2,500 maybe. I mean, it's brand new. I picked it up at Nearfest in October, and then I noticed that the 890 went up now. It was 38. Now it's like 4,000. So I don't know.
Yeah, the 890 is the way to go.
It's another QSO.
Issue, 1 second there, breaking station. The other issue I had was that the way my station is all set up, the 870 and the 7610 are just about the same size, so I was able to slip one out and slip the other one in, and if I got the 890, I'd have to reconfigure the whole thing and start. It would be a pain in the butt. So there were like 4 things in play. Breaking station, pick it up. This is N2LJO, a bunch of people in here.
I think it's another QSO.
I agree. I think my $1,600 I spent on my Anon 100 was probably my best amateur radio. Well, you know what, I'm going to contradict myself, but my best transceiver purchase.
You can't go wrong with them.
Wait, hang on a second, guys. Is there someone trying to break in?
No, there's another QSO, and it's been in there. I also like the Flex M series. They're pretty good for AM too.
There is another conversation, but there's also someone who's trying to break in. Maybe I'm the only one who hears them. Yeah, W4 IPC. I heard you. I guess the other guys didn't hear you. They were keying over you. But let's see if Perry in Pennsylvania and Brett in South Jersey can hear you. Go ahead.
I don't hear Connor.
Connor.
Yeah, it's Connor.
Wah.
I see now. He's in there with that other key, so that's why I can't hear him. Them guys down south are coming in pretty strong down here.
Yeah, he could use more audio, too.
Boy, that's the last time I welcome Connor to the frequency.
He's,
Yeah, that's better.
he sold his amplifier.
Yeah, right, to pay for school.
Wah.
Then we'll never hear him.
Why doesn't he just become a male prostitute?
Come on, man, he's one of them high-powered remotes you're always using.
He could sell his farts online.
That's a thing.
Yes, it is.
I want to know who buys them.
Connor, do you see why we don't hear you normally? That's one of 2 reasons. But anyway, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hey, what battleship is that?
Whiskey.
Oh, okay. We got the New Jersey.
I've been on the Wisconsin. It's cool down there. I have excessive temperatures in my burrito at this moment. Yeah. So anyway, good signals. Connor, I wish I could hear you better, man. But, yeah. Anyway. George, what are you running tonight?
I'm on the ICO, and so far, no squealing. I think I finally did fix the problem. We will find out.
What did you do?
The cable from my tuner, the output from my tuner that I put on and off the barrel connector coming in through the side of the house was, I believe, intermittent. So we'll see if I'm right.
Where is the Connor station from?
Virginia.
Oh, okay. Oddly, we're not getting good conditions there, which is, I guess, I don't know, maybe it's the time of day. Because, like, you know, Timmy's probably just as far in the other direction. So I guess it's weird propagation or something going on.
I don't know if Connor knows Jim.
Yeah, he's only running like 20 watts. That's probably why.
Well, that certainly could play into it, sure, Parrot.
I wonder if Connor does know Jim. And I'm eating a burrito, yes, to the person that asked.
I never remember Jim's call. What's Jim's call?
KM4XG.
That's not me.
So, Connor, do you know this guy, Jim, KX4XG, something or other like that? I think he's in the Richmond area, and he's always on with us.
I think it's KM4XG.
That actually sounds familiar. I guess Connor's gone away, whatever.
He went away.
He was absorbed into the ionosphere.
That sounds like Jim keying up. Jim, is that you? Sounded like Jim's key up when he keys at 7300. And hello to my son, if that's my son watching the live stream.
Hey, you got to get him his technician there, Perry.
I know, man. He's at that perfect age for it, too. He's 10. And he's a super fast learner, so I know that if he, put 1/10 of the energy he puts into being good at video games into being a ham radio operator, he'd be on the cover of CQ Worldwide magazine, probably.
And he get that quiet.
They still publish that magazine?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, QST, there we go.
Him and Motormouth Mall, and they both got down.
I'll be right back. I'm going to run down to the deli on the corner and grab a soda. W3MMI. Be back in about a minute and 30 seconds.
My. And one BCG.
Clark, did you hear about that fire in the Bronx?
No.
19 people died.
Good Lord. I can't believe I didn't hear about it. What happened?
A high-rise building, duplex apartment on 181st Street. 5-alarm fire. They said most of the victims died from smoke inhalation.
They're just trying to keep up with Philadelphia. They had a row house fire that killed that many people, including a lot of kids.
Yeah, apparently there were 6 or 8 kids killed down there today. What was that? There was that incident in Philadelphia, how many years ago, where they had a hostage situation, and the police fired some type of an incendiary device, and it wound up burning down an entire block.
Oh, that was the move thing. It wasn't a hostage. They wanted to, they were a bunch of wackos, I guess, with bullhorns all hours of the day and night. And they had some kind of bunker on the roof, and they dropped something to blow it up, and it set it on fire. And, the cops said, let it burn. It took out, a couple of blocks, I think.
I thought that was Waco.
Sounds like Waco.
What year was that? Probably before Perry was born.
That was in the 80s, early 80s or 70s.
Yeah, I think Rizzo was mayor. I think.
Yeah, that sounds like a Rizzo move. Frank Rizzo was a nut.
I think his brother was fire commissioner or fire commissioner. I think it was. I don't know if it was Wilson Good. I think Wilson Good was after Rizzo. I forget who. It might have been Wilson Good, but I think Rizzo's brother was fire commissioner. Yeah, let it burn.
Wasn't Frank Rizzo one of the jerky boys back in the day?
I don't know what that is, but he was he was a character. It was his way or the highway.
Well, that's the kind of mayor that New York City needs.
Yeah, well, he started out being against non-citizens voting, and now he's for it.
Well, that's fine. Let's just have everybody from wherever just move in and go to the polls and do some voting. Hell, I'm in Connecticut. I'll go down and vote. Why not?
Well, yeah, instead of them busing them into New Hampshire like they do, they'll, from other parts of the country, they'll bust them in from Guatemala to vote.
Well, that wasn't his idea, but it's green card holders.
No, I know, and it wasn't his idea. Yes, you're right. It was the city council, which talk about a bunch of left-wing lunatics. My God.
Has it ever been any different?
Yeah, it was a little different 30, 40, 50 years ago. I'm from Brooklyn. It wasn't always like this.
I don't know. The Giuliani years got a lot cleaned up.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, did he go off the rails.
Like a crazy train. I can't be the only Ozzy Osbourne fan here. Nobody caught that comment?
His son is going to run for governor.
Yeah, he'll be running against de Blasio.
Well, de Blasio is going to run probably against Hochul for the primary. That Letitia James, the Attorney General, decided she wasn't going to run. So it might be Giuliani. Well, Rob Astorino, the Westchester County, former Westchester County executive, is also going to run in the Republican primary. So it doesn't matter. With all the downstate people, the Republican doesn't have a shot. There was a movement to separate the upper part of New York from the rest of it and make another state, but the powers that be in Albany from the city don't want to hear about it.
What's up with these family dynasties that, just because you're somebody's son or brother, you get to be, you get a political position?
It's kind of how the White House is structured.
Yes, sir.
Well, with the Bushes?
No. There are more relatives of relatives of relatives in cabinet positions in the White House right now. It's actually quite remarkable.
Yes, the word is nepotism.
And by the way, I used to work with Rob Astorino when he was doing news at WFAS, so it's actually kind of funny that he was the what is it? For Westchester, yeah, that guy.
I met him a few times. One of my good friends, who was also a client, was his right-hand girl Friday, to use a 40s term, until he got beaten by Latimer with the wandering eyes.
And one BCG, because there's always a time to fit that in.
And 2 LJO.
1540 KD2 BRM.
1540?
Yeah, ain't I the one causing hash and trash down in Atlanta, Georgia?
Holy cow, you sure do latch on to stuff.
Yeah.
What'd you make out with that? Any progress?
Got my soda.
An organization that did consulting for them has been in touch, and they emailed me Friday saying that they reached the licensee, Reverend Leonard Small. Apparently he was on the edge of death for a long time, but he sounded pretty good. Anyway, The following day, he contacted their engineer. The guy I talked to didn't know what they were discussing. Hopefully it was because they forwarded my email outlining all the crap going on with the station and that they're going to do something about it. But I emailed them back today and I said, hey, I'm talking with this guy who happens to be not only the former engineer of that station going back like 10 or so years, but also he's a ham radio operator. And I just happened to find him because I was looking for ham radio operators down there that, I could say, hey, this is a non-ham question here, but could you put on 1540 and, do a frequency check for me because I'm trying to verify that the station is off frequency. And the first ham radio operator that I reached when we started talking, he goes, well, I used to be the engineer there. It's like, oh man, boy, talking about fate.
Clark, when's the last time you DF'd somebody with a Kiwi SDR?
Sorry?
When is the last time you used the Kiwi SDRs to direction find someone?
Oh, to do the TDOA? Oh, a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, good. Okay. I was just curious. I'd like to learn how to do that someday.
That's a walkthrough kind of thing. It's not intuitive. There's several steps to it. But if you want to talk, we can do that.
Yeah, at some point down the road. It's not, a major thing, but it's pretty cool. Time difference of arrival.
There's definitely a technique to it on the Kiwi SDRs, but yeah, if you do it right and you have a quiet, if you only have the, the station or whatever you're trying to find or figure it out. If there's more than one thing in the passband at one time, it's not going to work. But if you have just that carrier or whatever you're trying to look for, man, and I have like Clark's technique. Clark really knows how to do it, man. You can really hone in on it.
Are the Cubans still jamming 40 meters, or is that over with?
That's over.
They ran out of the gerbil fell off the wheel.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal for a while, though, man. I was like eating up that extra portion of 40.
Yeah, I was not on when that was going on, and then, I was watching it and commenting, being myself, my sarcastic self, throughout it. But, I was just curious if that is still going on or if the government gave up. And that number station is still out there. The chick that reads off this stuff, the numbers. I don't know if you guys ever heard that one. She's still out there doing her thing, but not on 40 meters.
Oh, she should be on 7,200.
Oh yeah, I listened there yesterday.
Yeah,
for a few minutes.
she might
see
be
what you mean.
actually, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Cinco, dos, nueve, dos, cinco. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh my God! I'm all in for that 7,200. I mean, it's the radio landfill. I just say every weird thing should be on there all at one time. What great radio!
Well, so was 14,313 in the day.
Yeah, 14,313. Now it's Carl Madera's private frequency. So he's like one of those little crabs, that lives in a little nook or cranny of a sunken ship, or like an eel actually. And then when something swims by, it like lunges out and eats it. That's Carl Madera on 14,313, and he gets on and he promotes the fact, this is the only frequency I shall operate on. Someday, when I have the time, I shall tell you why that is, but it is a long story. That's Carl Madera. And then 275 apparently was notorious. But yeah, 7,200 is now where the majority of the wackos hang out, which is handy.
Don't forget the WA4 dog. He's another character.
Oh, so there was a sighting of him on 7200 just like a couple of weeks ago, and it kills me that I wasn't recording it, because from time to time I do record 7200 because I love it that much. You know, something to listen to while working out. Wow. But he was in a fierce battle with like 5 other people, and it was just like going on and on. And he came out, and someone made a comment, and he got on, and he was in the clear. It would have been a perfect recording. He goes, "You're a bad ham." Oh, God, I wish I had a recording of that. But I laughed till I cried. I'm like, that's a perfect drop right there, and I missed it.
He does. I'll give him credit, man. He does say some things that go on out there that I'm sure a lot of us agree with, whether it's like the way an operator operates, and he'll pick on people talking about their medical stuff, and he is actually very funny, and you don't have to like him. I'm not supporting him. Don't anybody get any crazy ideas that I support the character, but I give props where props are due. He says a lot of funny, accurate things about, the kookiness, actions, and everyone's behavior on this band, about the weather and the colonoscopy and, the COVID and the this and the that. And he's, sometimes there's YLs out there, and he gets on them and says people are only talking to you because you're a female, and he gets into the other operator. I don't know. I find the guy entertaining. I think he's funny. I don't support his actual behavior, but nobody can deny what he says is not actually true.
He is prolific these days on QRZ. He started a thread because he reportedly received a letter from Riley Hollingsworth admonishing him for his behavior on 7200. So he scanned it and posted it up on QRZ. That thread's gotten a lot of responses. So yes, he's active both online and on air. N1 BCG.
Copy on that. KD2 BRM. Time to refill the beverage.
To LJO. In a couple of days, Clark.
Be 3 more.
Not heard Phil in a couple of days, Clark.
Gotcha. I have not either. However, you can discount weekends because he and Jen typically go and do non-ham stuff, thank goodness. So I rarely talk to him on a weekend, so that may be part of those couple of days.
I was not aware of that pattern. I never noticed, and good for him. We should all try that, right?
Yeah, get out of the house more.
This is healthy.
W3 MMR with my fresh 20-ounce Pepsi Cola, wild cherry Pepsi Cola.
And go easy on that.
You gonna get on 160 later, Perry?
I don't know, maybe. If the band goes early long enough, band goes long early enough, I'll probably get on. But I gotta go to work tomorrow, so I probably won't be on too long after 7:30.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's probably the time we'll finish dinner, and I'll be coming back in here. I usually check over here first, and then if there's nothing going on here, I switch the cable to the 160 antenna. Clark, I don't remember ever hearing you there. Do you have something up for 160?
Yeah, ironically, the same antenna works fine business on 160. It's actually long for 160.
Oh, well, that's good. Okay, cool. Very good, very good.
And by total chance, it actually has a much higher feed point impedance on 160 than it does on 80. So it's sort of, it seems to have very similar efficiency on both bands.
That's good. That's very good. You know, I might be down there. I don't always get on AM though. More often than not, actually, I get on sideband down there.
Oh, is that you I hear on 1930 on the Frog Harbor net?
No. I've talked to the guys on that other frequency a couple times, 1916. They seem to be a little more relaxed.
I get on side. Oh yeah, George, I've talked. Yeah, we've talked on sideband. That's right. You just I forgot about that. I'll get on sometimes after work, like if the band's long. You know, I get home at 6, and my dad and I'll get on 1857 plus or minus. George has hopped in there before. A friend of my dad's, Brian, out in Ohio's jumped in a few times. My neighbor Nick used to get on, but I haven't talked to him. I guess he had a stroke, and I haven't heard him in quite some time. And I tried texting him, and I never heard an answer back. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, 160 is fun, man. Especially with how close my dad is. If it's 30 over to each other. I mean, 24 hours a day, it seems.
You know, I caught you and your dad down there a few weeks back. That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun. Who's the breaker? Yo, breaker.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Yes, you do.
Being me.
Yes, you do.
Hey guys, I don't mean to interrupt, but how you all doing out there?
Yeah, it's like, well, with all due respect.
I know, right? With all due respect. Oh, really?
With all due respect, you're a freaking douchebag. Wow. That was not directed at anyone. That was meant to be an exemplary example.
Phew.
Gotta say, that's right for the response. That was quite a message.
Right, like it's what someone says, with no disrespect intended, you know something bad's coming. It's like if your girlfriend says, we have to talk.
Oh, God.
Nothing good ever comes of that.
Well, I would just say, well, you're always talking. Do you mean you want me to listen this time?
W3MOR.
KD2 BRM.
N2 LJL.
Oh, fine. I feel like I'm doing this an awful lot. N1 BC.
Every 10 minutes, according to you, Clark.
Now, it's every 10 minutes on the first transmission after 10 minutes. So, if you don't talk for 20 minutes, you don't have to key up and just identify. That's according to me.
Well, that was a QSO a while ago that I felt like you had a different stance on. So I'm glad to see you came around.
No. I've always felt like that. Ever since I had not one, but two communications lawyers scour that rule, and both of them came back with the same thing. They're like, yeah, you don't have to key up, just identify, because there's no point in it. You're supposed to, if you go for 10 minutes without IDing and you're a part of the QSO, the next time you key up after that 10-minute mark, you better darn well make an ID part of that transmission. I said, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I thought you were arguing the point a while back that everybody had to ID within 10 minutes. You know, once you made your presence known, it was your responsibility to ID every 10 minutes. And the question came up, Well, what if Timtron's in the middle of giving you some mod information? You know, do we all heterodyne and key on him or with him? So, all right, I'm just glad to see where you're at right now.
That other thing, like ever. So I'm glad that this came out. I'm just wondering where that came from. Now, the rule is actually very simple, but people make this insanely complicated. You have to key up after the first 10 minutes and every 10 minutes thereafter, and then at the end of see, there's a difference between transmission and communication. So you have to, like, I can get on a frequency and wait 10 whole minutes before I identify myself. And, of course, all the old buzzers, no, sir, you got to identify when you first get on. No, you don't. The rule doesn't say that. It says every 10 minutes. When you first get on a frequency, has it been 10 minutes yet? Anyone? No? Okay, that's what I thought. And you're right. If there's a station which is in the middle of, I don't know, what would be a topic? How to dehellify a Junkston Viking Ranger. Now, here's what you gotta do. That goes on for about 15 or 20 minutes. You're right. Does everyone key up and create interference, which is a violation? No, they don't. They all now wait, and whoever keys up at first, at the end, actually everyone who keys up after that transmission has to identify. But you don't have to like make a point of keying up an ID. Like you guys are all having a conversation, and I go off and do some other stuff, and I'm not really part of the QSO. And then everyone starts IDing, and I just say, N1 BCG, and then that's it. I unkey. I'm good for another 10 minutes. I didn't have to do that. It's only when I have something meaningful to contribute after 10 minutes has gone by, and then I damn well a better ID before I leave. See, if you look at why that rule is there, like what's the purpose? Who is supposed to be listening for your identification? It all makes sense. If you just read the text and like spin off into, well, what do they mean? And you don't really give it some thought, like what's the purpose of it? It's harder to get your head around it.
Well, thank you for that. I was literally just teasing you. Oh, I don't want to say you took the bait, Clark, but you kind of did. But it was worthwhile for everyone listening. But I was just literally breaking the part of your body that is private.
You trolled me? It's okay. I'm making a note of that right now. You'll see.
No, all good. No, I'm glad you did say what you said, because yeah, it does clear the air with questions. But I was just teasing you from a conversation a while back. But yeah, I don't know. You know what? I find myself funny, so I apologize for laughing.
Hey, everyone's got to be their own best audience. No, it's great. You have just become part of my hobby.
All good. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, no, because we had a serious discussion one time about that, and I was teasing you about what was said. But yeah, you certainly clarified it there. So anyway, all good. Always good stuff with N1BCG in the group.
Gordon Clark. And all I have to say about all that is it's a darn good thing Frank SDR isn't on frequency. His head would be spinning off, right, Perry?
Yeah, probably.
He might be sandbagging, you never know.
Gordon Clark.
Clark Gordon spoke with Tim today. Over.
What did Tim have to say? And sum it up in less than 20 minutes. Over.
Clark Gordon, we laughed our asses off for about an hour. Over.
Did he dehellify you? Did he tell you to grab the lead of condenser number 63 and give it a good squeeze with the dikums to make the hellowy sound go away?
Clark Gordon, no.
Well, spill it, damn it. What'd you talk about?
I'll tell you later.
Oh, fine. There you go. Ernie, you've been overruled by him. He's topped you. Gordon has topped your obnoxiousness.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, he's not doing call signs, but I like where Gordon's going with that. Amen to you, Gordon. If this was a Facebook meme where you have to type amen in order to proceed, you have now fulfilled the meaning of that.
I have Clark's cerebellum cortex wrapped around my middle finger.
I thought you just had like a remote detonate button. Boy, I'll tell you. Well, the trolling is really reaching a fevered pitch here.
Who was saying from my station that your synapses were too fast? Was it my girlfriend Christine? I can't. No, one of the other hams. Tim and I talked for an hour and a half, and then QIX called him, and he said, I gotta go, it's QIX. I was like, who the hell? Big shit. We had the greatest time. We will have to do a conference call about Alan and other bands and other things.
Please
Alan,
don't bring
okay.
up
Was this your
pickleball
girlfriend you
for
were
the love
referring
of
to that I
Pete.
suggested Tinder to?
Yeah, Alan is not my girlfriend, and yes, that you suggested Tinder to my girlfriend. I haven't been able to reach her all day. Thanks a crap load.
You can, hey, why don't you go get on Tinder also, and then you can swipe her right, and then you guys can reconnect.
I'll be swiping her tomorrow.
Let's not get into pickleball, please.
Yeah, really. Steve and his pickleball. On 3885, they were quadrupling. 4 super intelligent guys with optomods and broadcast engineers quadrupling over each other. It was murder.
It was,
Yeah, it was like I weigh 163 pounds, I'm 6 foot, and I play pickleball for an hour.
yeah, I was listening to that too, Gordon. What's up, man? W3MMR. They were all, it was like 4 or 5 people all keying down at one time about pickleball, and oh, Lord, it was a mess, and everybody was probably 50 over.
I was calling CQ on 3873 saying, anyone not interested in weight gain and pickleball, please come forward. And there were no takers until Brett showed up, which he's probably eating his brisket and onions right now.
I heard you.
Good. Hey, Clark.
We're back to this. Hey, Gordon, over.
Clark, Gordon, over. Clark, Gordon, Unit 1, Unit 2. Clark, do you hear any bizarre latency-related RF, AM, RF? Yay. Pop, 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 pop. Please say no.
You know, that's a long discussion right there. It's probably not for this QSO.
Come on, man.
I don't know how to describe it. Sure, seriously, I don't know how to describe it that would, keep everyone else's interest.
I don't mean to interrupt.
We've gone through that, too.
He's controlling my cerebellum cortex again.
No, he wants to do a
Gordon, about people
topic
that say they don't mean to
colonoscopy.
interrupt when that's exactly what they mean to do. That's not directed at you, but it was just a funny thing based on your request to Clark.
I always feel that Clark is manipulating me. I don't know, and I have to cry. I'll be back.
Let's start a GoFundMe for Kleenex for Gordon.
This guy thinks so quick. That's see, my girlfriend needs me because I'm not quick.
Okay.
Where we go with that one? Oh, Lord.
Okay.
That's okay. Gordon's on the same frequency as Mr. Softy.
Ooh. Hey, by the way, your your symbol was distorted.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you see that, Clark?
See what?
His.
I did.
How am I going to see it?
Well, you're on old people's radios?
Now, this is a great story. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'll keep it super short. I'm listening to you guys on the same realistic DX160 that came home with me on the back of my 10-speed bike because I didn't have my driver's license yet.
Says that.
Serious? That's what you're listening to us on?
Yeah, he's
Great. There's a set of mods to it which I've done, which I've actually done to 7 other DX160s, and it's amazing. That radio, I will say, that radio right from the store, factory, GRE or whatever who made it for Radio Shack, is horrible. It's a great design. Well, no, it's a great concept. It's got limitations, and nobody quality checks it. Nobody. They're all out of alignment, all of them. I've never come across a DX160 that was aligned correctly. But once that's done, and once, like for example, the audio section uses a chip. That's the later ones. If you actually use the same values as the chip manufacturer has on their data sheet, like this is the test circuit for the audio amp. If you actually do that, radio just it becomes like a Grundig home receiver. It's amazing.
And he's going to get his money's worth out of it.
Well, yeah. I got a nice one of these racks on wheels, one of these furniture pieces of furniture with racks left and right where you sit, a hutch for the speakers, a whole big thing for my previous smaller recording studio. So I wheeled it in here, hobbling with my walker. It was a sight to see. And I set everything up nicely. That's why I was hoping I didn't have any RF. I will check it later. I think it's clean. I got the right outlet in the house that doesn't bring any RF, I hope. Testing. Anyway, so it's very cool. There's no wires showing. It's YL proof. She's going to love it. And I've got my my NRD 535D receiver, which I love, with filters in it. And then I've got the 75S3B with a very wide filter, and I'm going to fire that up soon. And this is all with an MFJ antenna switch, which all the PTTs are set up, the mutes are set up, and I may not buy an R390. I may be happy with my 75S3 and my Japan radio. So I'm still putting the AM station together here, but it's looking mighty fine business. And I have you guys on the Japan radio receiver in the aux mode, which may be a 20K filter for all I know, into an powered M Audio two-way speaker, and the bass sounds bodacious. W2GOR.
Well, I've never been told that my Apache was distorted, but that's a first.
No, I was joking. It was the selective fading.
Gordon, so you have an Optimod 9300, and that feeds an Apache Labs transceiver?
I don't know where you are, where the hell you are in the geography here, but you sound great in Farmingdale, Long Island.
You're talking to me, Gordon, the man?
Yeah, you're the man. That's
yeah. Clark emulates me at times, and that's why I'm flattered. I'm in Westchester County, formerly from Huntington, right near you, and I used to go to Harrison Electronics in Farmingdale and be berated by Artie when I was 9 years old, saying, that's $273, that Swan. That's a lot of money, son. That's a lot of bags to stuff into grocer, and you need a ham license. Don't touch that.
To answer your question, yes, Clark.
All right, so then I'll have Gordon answer the follow-up question. Is all the processing in the Anand bypassed?
I have my secrets, Clark.
I'm just trying to find the reason it sounds the way it does.
The way it does. Do you notice how he didn't say why it sounds so great?
I don't know what you've done. You're talking about two devices which both have what? Digital processors built in? So there's some things here.
Okay. Audio's my thing, okay, guy? All right? No one tops me when it comes to audio, so don't play with me. Don't play with my cerebellum cortex here, W2GR for frickin' ID. Now, let me tell you what I do, okay? I got a microphone. See this? I'm holding it in my hand, squeezing it. It's a Sennheiser 935. It's for singing live, okay? It was something I used to do. And then it goes into this thing called a Martech MSS10. It's a very nice Class A discrete, beautiful amplification machine for the microphone there, all right? All right. And that goes into the OptiMod. It's called an OptiMod AM. You guys have never heard of that here, but it's a 9300 AM.
and that is connected to the PC. PC stands for personalized computer. And I have a piece of software hardware that I can look at the knobs, so I can change the knobs on the Optimod machine remotely using the mouses. Okay? All right? Okay? And then that output of the Optimod goes into the line input of the Apache, not the Heathkit Apache. Don't get confused, Clark. This is an Apache Labs SDF from a guy named Abby in India. We don't know where the hell he is. So, and then your question is how much CFC? How much leveling? What am I using? I thought about it, I played with it, I played with myself, and finally I got a little bit of CFC input. Nothing on the app, but just to squeeze that extra drop of a dB out of, to make the Anon happy. And she's singing. Back to you there, Clark.
A to D, D to A to D, D to A to D, da. Okay, my questions have been answered.
Are you trying to imply that there's a lot of analog to digital, digital to analog conversion that are superfluous to my life?
There's something going on.
You're fading out. Speak again. Raise your power.
Yeah, you notice that? No, actually, it sounds great. I'll bet that came through 40 over.
Hey, I heard that. No, anyway, yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to get the best of everything. It's like bringing out the best of my 3 different girlfriends.
This is why I'm piss weak over here, because I have a microphone into the front of the Anon. And that's it.
You don't have that same artifact.
That's all I'm doing. I use an A to D converter, the virtual audio cable into the processing in the Anon, but using CFC and the EQ. But I think I hear what you're saying, Clark. I do. I think I do hear that.
You know what it is? It's like it's very hard to describe, and actually, honestly, Gordon, this is why I haven't pushed the issue, because I'm having a lot of trouble putting it into words. But it's like a super short order delay, like ultra short order, which you hear more on the higher frequencies than the lower frequencies. Almost like internet. It almost sounds like you're feeding your rig over the internet. Even if it was like high bandwidth MP3, it sounds very internetish.
Internetish. A guy like you, who I've looked up to all my life, says internet.
I hear you, George.
I'm duplex here. Don't you talk about me. No, but I think what you might be hearing is the,
He sounds very digitally to me. Digitally.
I am not digital.
How did that happen?
I'm not digital. That is not true. No, it happened like this.
Someone's on an SDR.
I've got my own SDRs. I've been network of SDRs.
Digitally.
Okay, so is the digital thing now smoother now? Did you notice that it went away? Over.
Negative. Over.
You sound very digitally, Gordon. Not that it's bad. It's just what my ears hear. You sound very robotic. And if
I
Tim
sound
said
robotic,
I can't even say it, Clark.
Oh my God.
For me.
Maybe metallic would be a finer term.
Yeah,
Yes, he sounds
better than everyone else here. Just a peanut gallery. Bye.
Who was that in the peanut gallery?
Yeah.
Who was the peanut gallery guy, please? Please identify.
Was that Perry signing?
WTB ticket.
No, that wasn't me.
Is that Brent doing a hit and run?
Well, anyway, can I just say something, Clark?
You're asking for my permission? What's wrong with this?
Anyway, my voice is actually like that. Believe it or not, it really is. People have had a hard time recording my voice in the studio. I have issues with the certain frequencies. I tried to turn off the downward expander
which now I'll turn off, and you can hear some of the fan noise. And that did not smooth things out. I turned off the CFC, which now I'll put back on, which, as you can hear, just adds a little bit of more gain. I'll put the downward expander back on. And there we are. And the phase rotator, which would make it sound very robotic, is off. So I'm not sure what it is. And I can plug the mic right into the radio just to show you that my voice is naturally metallic. Over.
That
we
actually
want to
would be
hear
an
you
interesting
with a
experiment, because
D104
the
into
other
a
two
Valiant.
stations in this QSO have their audio going right into their nons, and I don't hear that effect with them. Only you.
Yeah, D10-4 into a Valiant.
That I was one of the best stations they heard on the air, and you are the only one complaining about metallic with your two friends. I think you people are anti-metallic. Have you had the fillings removed from your teeth?
Gordon, all you need to know is that Clark thinks phase rotators are awesome and, like, sound great. Like, end of story. You sound better than everyone out here, I just gotta say.
Well,
that's all
thank you.
I've really got.
I think Gordon emailed Billy to get on frequency just so he'd have, like, support.
All right.
No.
So let me.
I gotta go. I'm doing stuff. W2BTK, bye.
All right. There you go, Gordon. Now you have a friend. Perfect.
All right. So this is the microphone straight into the anon by hitting the bypass button on the Optimod. Now, I know that's not the same as plugging the mic into the front of the jack, but it's pretty close. It's just the line in. You'll hear a little bit of RF coming back, 50-second slap back from the SDR latency, because the way it loops around, it's not so RF friendly. But it's still there. You hear it?
I'm not sure, because it's such a different sound. I'd have to listen to a lot. Anyone else want to present an opinion?
I think you guys are picking nits.
Yes. I think I think it sounds fine. Just got a little bit of, a lot of more sibilance than others, but I guess all in what you like to hear.
Well, I could also try a different microphone. Now I'm back on the Optimod. Now I'm going to put an RE20 in here, and I'll be right back. I'm curious, because Clark has some damn good ears. W2GR, I'll be back.
No, don't. It's not that, and I really don't want to put you through this anymore, so it's fine. Just leave it.
I won't sleep, and my libido will drop.
Now this sounds like a normal ham conversation. Good evening. And there's Shane. It's not the microphone, Gordon, but he's going to do it anyway. Oh, well.
Because you heard silence, right? You thought I went across the room, right?
No, I thought you were rocking back and forth in the fetal position under your desk.
Yeah, W3OR.
You know, reduce a man to that level.
W3OR.
Well, I mean, I don't think it could. Maybe it could be my settings that I've created. If I go to, let's say, Fine Arts. Here's the Fine Arts setting in the Optimod. Just curious, is that metallic thing still there? 1, 2, 3?
Interestingly, that changed it. It's much better.
Here is High Frequency General, which is another thing which is good for shortwave. This is Radio Canada International. This is one called News. With noise reduction, this is News. This is Sports. And they won the game 121-6. And then we're going to go back to Gordon's setting. Here we go. And this is Gordon's setting. Is Gordon's more metallic? Over?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the way I use the Optimod, which is packing a lot of strange clipping, And that's good to know, because the algorithm's probably going haywire because I'm playing around with this thing a lot. So I'm going to now undo a little bit of the cuckoo-ness I did, and it might work. And Clark, you might have helped the evolution of this radio station, W2GOR.
121 to 6.
Yeah, the Packers threw the other team over the barrel and had their way with them and won by 32 points. How about those Packers? Hey, Gordon, so I guess you hit the full control button, huh? You get into some uncharted territory when you do full control.
Also, the DJ boost was on, the DJ boost.
Victor America 3, Golf, Foxtrot, Yankee, Capital City, Canada, top of the world.
Absolutely. I love that guy.
When you flip through them all, right? I got to hear them all. Then you flip back to yours, like the 1 kilohertz range, like kind of stuff was super present. But when I was listening to it by itself for a while, like, think about it. Where does, like, on the Fletcher-Munson curves, bro, like, what do you see when you look at the Fletcher-Munson? That's helpful. You know what I mean? 1K presence is, but it sounds a certain way. But it wasn't, like, bad, It's just, dude, what you're doing before was super effing effective. Super effective. It was good. Those are my comments. I'll qualify my statements by saying that I have a degree in music production and engineering from Berklee College of Music. So, there you go. W2BTK.
W2BTK, W2GOR. I appreciate your comments. This setting is called Gordon AM/Clark. Clark, I've removed the DJ boost, which I think was the problem. Is this smoother now, my buddy?
I need to mention something about DJ Boost. DJ Boost is an algorithm that senses very large variations in amplitude, meaning that it's supposed to change how the processor works when just the DJ is talking. So what it does is it prevents it from being in the full process mode that you would get if you were playing music. So the song ends, now the guy's talking. It would be much more fatiguing if you had the full thing going when just one person is talking. So that's why music stations use the basically DJ boost, or it's like a side function there in the algorithm. So I think that the best bet for that, since it's only going to be talk and it's only going to be you, is to not have that on and find one of the talk format presets and try those, because those will definitely get you on the right on the right path.
Okay, now what I've done is I've turned off the DJ boost and I dropped my clipping from 5 dB to 1.5 dB like HLR told me to do. And I've taken the multi-band clipping from 0 and dropped it to -3 dB. So this is probably a little bit smoother now, QSL.
Yeah, it's...
Yes.
I want to hear more about this Fletcher-Munson curve business.
But that's probably just your voice.
You sound marvelous.
Yeah, this Fletcher-Munson curve stuff looks pretty interesting. I didn't know about this. Cool.
I feel if you came over to my house and my YL, who's an amazing professional chef, made like amazing French food for me, and then she made a slice of pizza for you, and you came over here and you realized that my voice in person has a robotic frequency to it.
For a couple of slices of pizza, that sounds worth a field trip, right, Perry?
You sound like you're a mechanical device.
I am not mechanical. I am human. Human. I'm a Clark 100 module. Over.
You know, I wonder if it's being caused by the PC. Have you ever thought about just taking the output of the Optimod and going right to the line input? It's unbalanced, right? The line. I mean, I don't know. I don't own an on, but maybe it would be good to bypass the PC.
So you're saying go right into the line input and just crank up the output level because that's the only thing I have an XLR hooked in, and plug the mic into the radio. Roger, Roger?
No, I'm saying just take, because you said you've got the output of the Optimod going into the computer line input, and then the output of the computer goes into the line input of the Anon. Is that right, or did I not hear it?
I never said such a thing. I did not. Senator, to the best of my recollection, what I said was, I said that the text messages we sent to each other were hyperbole. I was very tired at night, and all I was saying was that the output of the Optimod, the analog output, goes right into the line input of the transceiver. Over.
Wow, now you've even rubbed the fur wrong on the sidebanders.
What? Well, Clark, I'm waiting.
I think, in the interest of the other folks on this frequency, I'm actually deep into feeling bad about derailing the topics into this, because this is really an important topic. It's just not very interesting for the masses.
Yeah, we were talking about antenna tuners.
Okay, well, I'll just use one of the presets here. This one is called Fine Arts. It's going right into the Anon, and I think it sounds nice and smooth. And I'll act like I'm a fine arts, classy, educated guy. That was Mozart, Opus number 82. We're done. Thank you, Clark.
You know, I have a 9200 here, and they're very similar in a lot of ways. I should put it on the air, and it would be interesting to see if you hear the same effect.
You just said people were bored, and now you're saying it would be interesting to compare these.
No, I'm not about to do it. I'm just saying I would be interested. That's it. I'm not saying I'm about to act on it, because, hey, what I want doesn't get priority whether it's my idea or not.
Well, that's because you're married.
I am? Oh, boy.
W2GOR. For ID.
Yeah. Has 10 minutes of fun already gone by that I'm obligated to say in one BCG?
W3MMR. I know I haven't said it in a while.
It's funny, I gave a speech at my daughter's engagement party, and everyone came up to me and said, your voice has this very sharp kind of, almost like a metal sound. It really, like, woke us all up. I really think it's my voice.
Just spewing metal.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to take a little break here and call my YL back. Clark, thank you for your help. 73, everyone, or as they say on other frequencies, 73s.
See you, Gordon.
Yeah, see you, Gordon. You sound fine to me.
All right. Thank you. See ya, guys. See ya.
Whew.
I think there's too many professional hams on AM anymore. Whatever happened with the unmodified DX60 guy with the crappy microphone?
I could go and get on my DX100 and sound pretty yellowy if you want.
I need some stock Globe Kings on the frequency or something, you know, drifting around, loud hums in there, scratchy audio. And then you can appreciate the guys with the good audio.
was that with the my Cliff? I love that. Oh, that's right. No one's going to admit that.
She doubled with somebody.
Yeah. Sideband sounds so funny without a BFO. Ooh. Oh, I know what. We've disturbed the beehive. Look where we are in frequency. No wonder they're getting antsy.
Oh, man, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, you can see why they're sharking, you know, why they're kind of like circling in a sort of a irritated way. It's because...
It must be raining out again. My match is changing. Goes up a little bit, and I gotta wait till it goes up to a certain point, and then I put it in the wet conditions. Or, excuse me, it must be drying out because I have it in the wet position now.
The wet position.
That's right.
Yeah, you're all wet.
All wet. Hey, Shane.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing. There you go, Brett. There's your audio.
There it is.
Yeah, if you really want to get back to the day, I can get the old Amazon HX50. It's missing the side, one of the side bands, original filter caps and all.
I gotta get my Ranger back fixed, man. I still haven't figured that out, and I put it on the back burner. But I want to get that going again and set up another station with that and the SX99 in here and keep the DX100 and the NC303 in the other room.
A man of many boat anchors.
Well, that's all I got. I don't know. Well, I got parts rigs, but I have a couple DX100s and 4 Rangers and the SX99, the NC303, and the HQ140X. Yeah. Oh, I have the DX200 realistic receiver. Is that what the 200? The newer version of what Clark's got.
Did you know they made a DX100 that you could pair up with your DX100 transmitter?
No. What?
Radio Shack made a DX100. When I was studying for my general class license, I went to Radio Shack and I bought a DX100 because I think it was $100, and then it's what I felt like spending at the time. And the DX100, it's a cool looking receiver. It's all solid state and all. It's abysmal. It's abysmal of a receiver, but it looks good.
Oh, here we go.
Really? I'm going to have to look this up in the old Google machine.
So, Brett, are you trying to top Gordon, who was trying to top Bernie?
I don't know what you mean, but the DX100 and man, the tuning was really touchy. The dial calibration was whatever. I think it had a BFO in it. I remember trying to listen to the AM guys on 80 meters, and like it was pretty tough, but it did work. But I mean, you could say I'm running a DX100 with a DX100.
Do you have one now? Do you still have it?
No, unlike you, I don't keep things forever. Although I can't imagine what I got for it. I must have sold it at a Hamfest or something. They're on eBay. I think they're on eBay, and I think they look really cool, but they're not. They're like a transistor radio that sort of covers, short waves.
Okay. I did say in my spiel before about the DX160 that I've never encountered one that was calibrated properly. They are all abysmal unless you go in there. I downloaded the service manual for it and went through the calibration process, and the receiver came to life. The dial will line right up. It'll be absolutely accurate, including the band spread on the left. And the fidelity can be fixed really easily. I mean, it is a communications receiver, so they purposely screwed up the bandwidth. But if you want to have a great radio for listening to AM, again, I've been using this since 1980, so I'm a big believer in it. And yes, the BFO, the problem with the BFO is they put the audio amplifier on the regulated supply in there. They shouldn't have done that. If you take the audio amplifier and you put it directly on the DC before the regulator, you won't have these wild variations in pitch. It's not that bad. I mean, the BFO will vary in pitch slightly, with like anything, signal strength, audio output, because you have such a change in current draw from the audio amplifier, so it should not be on the same regulator. And then also there's I don't know why they did this, probably cutting costs, but in the power supply there is a pi network, 2 caps separated by a resistor, and that resistor is something ridiculous like 0.47 ohms. Like, who the hell did that? That's not an inductor. And one thing to make to really clean up any remaining hum on it, which there is to change that to an inductor. And all the inductors I've used are salvaged wall warts, like 6-volt output wall warts, because it's always 120-volt winding that opens up on those things. And if you just take that or an actual power choke and put that in there, it really helps quite a bit. So there are some very simple things that can make the DX160 sound marvelous. And one BCG.
I'm not going to dash out and buy one.
My dad's got one. I think he's done some modifications to, Clark. Says it does sound pretty damn good on AM here, on 80 meters, but it's pretty much a one frequency receiver, I guess, right? I don't know, how's it work on the upper bands, or do you just pretty much leave it parked in the AM window?
It was deaf as a doorknob on 13 megahertz and up on band E, which is the bottom one. It had just like no reception, none, and that's because it wasn't calibrated. I mean, whoever was sticking those QC stickers on the circuit boards should lose their job. Of course, that happened 40 years ago, but I'm not even be alive, so I guess there is ultimate payback. But yes, they just, like I said, I've never encountered a DX160 that was properly calibrated, ever. And I've seen like 7 or 8 of them. So it's just a radio that's gotten a bad rap thanks to completely zero quality control. All right, people, whoever's listening right now, whether on the radio, on the web, however, if you want the complete list of N1 BCG mods, and it's not hard to fix that radio up, and you have one of those things, I'm good on QRZ. Axe, and you'll get it.
I have one of them, and that's what's paired up with the HX50.
And there you go.
There you have it, folks.
Oh yeah, we're still on 3870.
we could always go up to 73 and be nice.
I think we should. I think we're sending sort of a message here, which probably we shouldn't. But, yeah, if everybody's cool with that, let's just go up 3.
W3 MMR. Yeah, I think everybody be Shane can come up easily too. I know Brett can. Everybody else got VIFOs. Yeah, man. Where's Bobby and why? I wonder where he's at.
Yeah, where's the head cool cat?
So anyway, Ernie, did you get out of there? Or are you still in there? Alright, Ernie's gone. Alright. Anyway, I'm going to shut up. Somebody else talk. W3 MMR.
Oh, Perry, let me ask you a question. What's your favorite rig?
Of the ones that I have?
No, as the ones you don't have.
Well, my favorite my favorite rig that I have is obviously my SDR, but favorite boat anchor is the DX100. Favorite receiver is the NC303 of the ones that I have, but if the one radio I always wanted I don't know, like a 20V2. I always wanted like a big Art Deco broadcast transmitter in my living room. You know, like how people have jukeboxes in their living room in the corner. I want a 20V2 in the corner.
Well, yeah, you could probably get one. You could probably trade in some of that stuff and get one.
Yeah, I know. I could get rid of a lot of this stuff. My problem is I don't have the room where I'm at right now. So I've kind of stopped with, buying, rigs and stuff. Really buying anything ham radio related for the most part, except for 2 meter and 440 stuff, VHF, UHF stuff, but which I've been into a lot lately. But the yeah, I'm very limited to my room, but I would like to have like a T3. That would be pretty cool because I like getting on the military net on Saturday mornings and have a nice a military setup. Now I don't know about an R390A. Well, actually, Ed in K3PTX is dropped a flash drive off in the mail. Let's try this. Yeah, now we're good. Clark, did you look up that DX100 receiver? Oh, there went Clark.
Yeah, sure. Let's hear it.
Yeah, what a voice. Doesn't take much when you got a great voice like that, huh?
Okay. Okay, so this is the Optimod 9300, which obviously is hyped and so on and so forth. And people say, or 3 people said, this sounds mechanical or metallic, I should say. But I do hear that the obviously the average is higher, and there's some artifacts, which is part of what the Optimod will do. And now I've teamed the Optimod a little bit now by bringing the clipping down just a hair. So this is the Optimod, Steve. Back over to you. Over.
I mean, it still sounds good. I don't notice anything metallic. Anybody else notice anything weird?
I think it sounds very, very good. Nice bandwidth. I guess it's an SDR, plus or minus 5 to 6. The metallic.
What?
You know, I was just thinking the easiest solution to shortcut that entire discussion is Gordon's a musician. I should have just had him record how we all sound off of a web SDR, and then he could have heard it himself.
Yeah, I heard what you were talking about. I guess he's asking the guys up on 85 now if they hear it, but I definitely heard, but I don't know. It was just a lot of, you know, a lot of sibilance, and like a lot of sibilance on the edges of his words. Like everything, it seemed like every frequency had a hard edge to it. And I understood what you meant about like a little tinge of digitaliness. But I mean, we're really, really, really cutting hairs.
Right, but he's got, you know, a audio processor that costs thousands of dollars, and the guy's into music production. So, you know, it's like anything. It's like, well, if it's just like a screw-around thing, it's no big deal. But, you know, for that kind of investment in equipment, it should sound really quite good. And if there's something about it that's not quite right, you know, someone should say something.
No, I agree. I would definitely want somebody to tell me if I sounded like ass. You know, I'm not saying that he sounded bad by any stretch, but or if they heard anything, any kind of anything on my audio, I would definitely want somebody to say something. Excuse me, because I know that I would say something if I heard something different, especially if somebody I hear on a normal basis.
Well, I would say that just about nobody would ever bring that up. I guess I did, but so yeah, it's that minor. But you know, I guess it's like if you sound really bad, you know, a lot of people are going to say something if it really does sound bad, And then as it gets more and more trivial, fewer and fewer people are going to say anything. So it's really not like that big a deal. And that's why I wanted to bail on the topics, a couple of times there, because it's like, I can't believe we're, not only dragging him but everybody else on frequency through this discussion. It's just like it's not that important. It actually would be a much better, phone call thing. But that's the solution. It's just, next time there's, anyone who has some anomaly, I'd say, just record it. Just hear how you sound compared to other people on the frequency, and you'll hear the difference. That's the right way to do it. Of course, now I think of that. It would have been great earlier, huh?
Yeah, at least you could remember it at any point. I do that a lot when I get on the air. I'll just be in the middle of something, and then I don't know if it's because I feel like I'm on I'm like on stage or something, and I'll just forget what I'm talking about, and then I can't remember because I feel like I got to rush to remember. So I'll just be like, oh, I forget I am key.
Where'd Brett go?
He went to go eat, I believe.
He's probably looking at DX100s or DX160s on eBay, contemplating his next purchase.
Have you seen one of those DX100 realistic receivers?
Yeah, so DX100, that is a completely different beast.
Yeah, that thing looks like almost like the size of a CB radio. It's definitely a lot smaller, but the DX120 I was looking at, that looks more like a DX160.
I'm not familiar with the 120. It's kind of funny how they did that, because the DX100 is much newer than the 160. How does that work? Well, what are you looking for?
Much better story than the last one you guys were talking about.
I couldn't hear him. My sync detector couldn't lock on. We moved up to 73, man. Sorry. If you want to come on up.
Yeah, we're trying to keep everybody off balance by shifting frequencies. But yep, 3873.
I know, We were being nice. Man, the band's starting to get loud.
Okay, now that you hunted us down like prey, how can we help you?
Anyway, I went to Best Buy today, man. First time I've been in Best Buy in quite a long time, and I wasn't impressed. A lot of the shelves were empty. The stereo, they had a lot of televisions, but you know how they have like a lot of interactive stuff. Sony has their own display, and Samsung, and they had this projector where it project on the floor how many feet you were away from the television. It was all cocked, and you could barely read it. A lot of focus. A lot of stereo receivers, empty slots, or empty spots, and missing receivers, and a bunch of cardboard boxes everywhere, and stock. And I don't know if they were just restocking the store today. I don't know, but yeah, man, they didn't look like they were doing too good.
Yeah, I went grocery shopping yesterday, and but at least from a food standpoint, they had what I was looking for, but there were definitely some sections that were notably empty. But they did have bread, milk, and eggs. Considering that we just had that big snowstorm, that's pretty surprising.
Yeah, our grocery store here is pretty well stocked. The one I go to the ShopRite food store. But I know every region obviously has their own chains. Like we have Acme, ShopRite, Giant, here in this area. I think there might be one more. Trader Joe's. And then, like, you go down into Delaware, and then you'll see a Food Lion. When I lived in Virginia, they had Food Lion. But then you go down south, man, they have, like, Bi-Lo and Publix and all these other different grocery stores. So it's definitely region-dependent.
You haven't lived until you're down where there are Piggly Wigglies. Ever heard of that? Piggly Wiggly? I think that's where, who is it? Oh, for Pete's sakes. Jim, that's right. I think that's where Jim and Connor shop, at the Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, I've been to a couple. I've been to one in North Carolina, and then there was one 2 towns over from me in South Carolina. I forgot about Piggly Wiggly. They had one there, but I'd never been to the one in South Carolina. I drove past it every day going to work, but I never went in. The only time I ever went in there, like I said, was I was in the one in North Carolina. It was for my buddy's wedding. And we went there to get a whole bunch of like seasoning and stuff and breading, and because we were having a fish fry. So and that's where we ended up going. But yeah, I was up in northern North Carolina. Piggly Wiggly.
I didn't think they existed for a long time. People would tell me about it. It's like there's no chain of anything called Piggly Wiggly. It's too ridiculous. And then I was driving down there. Boy, that was a long road trip with a friend of mine, and we were just going along, and I look over and I see this huge sign, Piggly Wiggly. I'm like, oh my God, pull over. I got to get a picture of this.
Yeah, man, there's a pig on the sign and everything. It's definitely something I didn't think was, really real either when I was young. I heard Piggly Wiggly. I thought it was just something they said in the movies.
I had my picture taken with the sign. That was the shot. I still have that somewhere because I was just like, nope, I'm going to eat my hat on this one. Here it is, the Piggly Wiggly sign and me. I can no longer deny that a chain like that exists.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I remember there not being that nice in there though. I remember feeling like I stepped back in time. Bill, K4IBC, he's watching my stream right now, says he has a Piggly Wiggly in his small town. So, Piggly Wiggly is apparently still going strong, Clark.
Apparently. Well, how long has it been since you were there? Maybe you were just in a store that wasn't updated.
Well, I was in the one in North Carolina. This is probably 10 years ago. Yeah, probably 9 or 10 years ago. And like I said, I didn't go into the one in South Carolina, but that one was still operational. Well, when did I move up here? 6 years ago now? 6 or 7 years ago?
They can't just have one in North and one in South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm sure they wait, what?
It's like talking to a millennial. So what you really were saying is, I went to a Piggly Wiggly in North Carolina, not I went to the one in North Carolina.
Yeah, the North Carolina one, it was tiny too, dude. That was another thing about it. But they had a lot of meat. They had a really nice meat section, like all these steaks and like pork butts and all types of stuff, man. It was good for the hefty American.
Oh boy, I wonder if they had head cheese.
Sure they do. They probably have a lot like pickled pig's feet, and you go to the register, they got pickled eggs at checkout.
Screw that. Years ago, I went into a supermarket here, and it was right across from where I was working, and went up to the deli counter, and I usually get the same kind of sandwich, and he said, we don't have your usual cheese. What else would you like? And I never got it with anything other than, I forget what I liked back then, but and then I said, well, what do you have? And he was like, well, we've got Swiss, provolone, head. Any of those good? I'm like, head cheese? He goes, yeah. I said, head cheese? I've never heard of that. And then the other guy behind the counter was like, oh, you never heard of head cheese? I said, no. And he goes, it's right down there. So he pointed. Now, I should have been suspicious because it was in the meat display. It wasn't with the cheeses. So I'm looking at it, and it was like this big ball of clear gelatin with these things suspended. It was like suspended animation in this. It looked like a science experiment. And I'm staring at it. I'm like, what the hell is that? And they're like, that's head cheese. I'm like, no. What's in there? What is that stuff like in stasis inside that epoxy that you're calling head cheese? And they said, oh, that's good stuff. It's like snouts, ears, tails, hooves. I was repulsed. I almost vomited. I looked at these guys and I'm like, yeah, that's all the crap that should be thrown away. That's like the butcher shop floor sweeping. So who came up with that idea? Hey, instead of putting this all in a dustpan and then dumping it into the garbage, let's just pack it in what? Gelatin? And sell it? And we'll actually call it head cheese, which is a complete misnomer? God, this is disgusting. And I think I went to McDonald's instead.
Dude. Like, we're going to talk about Scrapple for a second. I know we've been through this. But that's pretty much what Scrapple is, but it's mixed with cornmeal. Okay? Like, it's like all the grindings, man. And Mike Rowe on Dirty Jobs did an episode at a local... Well, it was down in southern Delaware. I think it was Haversets. Or was it Haversets? I don't know. It was another one of the place in southern Delaware that made Scrapple, and yeah, man, it's grind up the pig and mix it with cornmeal and throw it in the frying pan. It's good though. My God, is Scrapple good? W3MMR.
Yeah, there you go, Scrapple. It's basically the ground up things from the floor of the butcher shop mixed in with the food that they were giving to those animals before they were slaughtered. Fabulously enticing.
Goddamn power line noises. I unkeyed and there it was.
No, that was me going in the background. I'll bet that guy IBC's not listening anymore. He didn't want to hear this discussion about Scrapple and head cheese.
Yeah, man. He's probably he's probably down there eating a plate of it now. That's pretty cool. He's got a Piggly Wiggly in town. That's what's great about ham radio and what we can do with ham radio nowadays, Could really reach the masses with YouTube and Facebook and, obviously the various WebSD. Oh, Clark, I found a chat on a Kiwi WebSDR today. Did you know about that?
No.
Yeah, the N1NTE, the Connecticut-Massachusetts border Kiwi, it's got a chat.
A Kiwi with a chat, that's new. I was actually just looking at Mike K3FEF's chat here. Oh, brother. Gary was on posting a lot, and we blew him off. Hello, Clark and Perry and the gang. Wow. And they talked about the DX160. Anyway, so where's this Kiwi with the chat on it?
The N1NTE Kiwi SDR. It's the Connecticut, Massachusetts border USA web SDR. It's a really good one. You've listened to it before, I'm sure. It's right down the bottom left-hand corner. Somebody wrote Sunday, January 9th, 5:54 a.m. Greetings from Bremen, Germany, or Bremen from Germany, OH6ER. Yeah, man. How about that?
Yeah, man.
Where's Bobby and Y with the follow-up, man?
I think he's planning his next BOTA Bars on the Air event. Good times.
Yeah, I was thinking about, I keep thinking about getting a Kiwi SDR. Those things are really nice. I know a guy who's got one. Garrett. I'm trying to think of his call. down in Georgia. Oh man, what the hell's Garrett's called? I can't remember. KU4SD. That's he's got it on the Kiwi SDR map down there. And apparently they're pretty easy to set up, build, whatever you got to do with them, and that would be pretty cool to have, because if anything, I mean, it's a damn good receiver.
Well, I mean, it's yeah, it is, and it's nice to have that, you know, running when you're not on the air. People can check it out. Of course, when you are on the air, you got to do some pretty hardcore muting of it. But that's what Mike does. He's got a Kiwi and he's got a web SDR.
Yeah, Mike's got a lot going on, boy. Have you ever seen pictures of what he's got going on there? He's got all the different RTL, SDR dongles, and Mike does a hell of a service with that. He puts a lot of work into that and keeping that going. I didn't know how much work it was until I started following his group on Facebook, and he started letting people in on what he's got to do and the maintenance that he does for it, and I mean the cost to him, I mean, to run all that stuff and all the stuff he's doing for RFI suppression in his house. And I mean, he's got everything's on line filters, and he's got ferrite on like everything in his house. I mean, he put a ton of hours into that.
Well, yeah, the two things there that really work is, number one, he's in a quiet location, I believe. You know, he's not like in a city. It's not a ding on you, but I'm just saying, you know, he's out in a very rural area. So I think he said he doesn't really have neighbors. That's helpful. So if you get control of your own noise, you're good to go. And because of his work, which he does a lot of online work like me, he has a very high bandwidth connection. So that enables a lot of people to get in on using the receiver. I mean, the web SDR, I don't usually go to his Kiwi SDR unless I got to go find something. That's so beautiful. I look at the web SDR that he's got, because it's got the chat there. Which, of course, now I feel badly about not reading it earlier when there was all this activity, but yeah, and you look at how many people are listening to that all at the same time. It's like, yeah, there's some good bandwidth going on there. Everyone BCG.
Oh yeah, and if you've noticed, and I know you have, that a lot of these Kiwis are limited, and Mike is limited. He's limited his Kiwi to 3 channels, and the W1EQX Kiwi up in Vermont, which is probably the best Kiwi in the United States, I would say, as far as signal to noise ratio, as far as noise location. And I follow him on Facebook as well, and he's built a whole nother shack for that web SDR, or for that Kiwi, and he's doing a whole bunch of grounding, and he posted a whole bunch of stuff the other day about it, probably about a week ago. And he's got a full size 160 meter center fed doublet, 270 feet. 270-foot doublet at 65 feet. And every time I've used it, man, it's just been absolutely fantastic, especially for our location here in the Northeast.
Well, active antennas should not be overlooked. They're very quiet because they're very small, but they still have the gain of a larger antenna. So, and they're broadband as hell, because they're only, like 2 feet, 3 feet high. So, and I know a lot of people use those, you know, to get that, what is it, the 0 to 30 megahertz range, because the active antennas will do that. I actually made one for with a magnet. Basically, it's an active whip which screws onto a magnet mount. But I use that if I put a receiver in the car to listen to the ham bands, like the DX1. Yeah, the DX160. What the hell? The ICOM 706, for example. If I put that in the car, I'll use that with an active whip. Can't transmit, God no, but it's equivalent of a full-size antenna and broadband, which is great. No changing elements.
Somebody want to join us? No, these are just tuning up. I actually have an active antenna. I have a MLA 30 little mag loop. It's a little active loop. Not a mag loop, but it's an active loop antenna. I got it off or Amazon for like $40 a couple years ago, and it comes with like a small little tiny gauge metal loop, and you put it on a pole or whatever. I used an old broomstick, just screwed the thing into the broomstick, and it's got a little amplifier, and used this really small cheap coax, and I modified it and put like took the SMAs off and used BNCs and did a few things to it, and it works all right, you know. I was trying to use it for trying to hone in on some noise, but I was really using it for the wrong purpose, because honestly I didn't know what the hell I was doing back then. So, but I do have it sitting upstairs in my son's room.
Well, the active whip antenna that I'm talking about is a little different. I'm familiar with the loop, but an active whip doesn't have any tuning to it, and it's omnidirectional. So it's basically, actually, some of them are just like a 2-foot tall or 18-inch tall for the smaller ones, white cylinder, like a PVC cylinder with a circuit board in it. But some of the other ones, which actually have a whip, the whip is like 2 feet. I'm looking over at the whip that I made on that antenna I think it's 2.5 feet. But the way those things work is that the whip feeds the input of a FET. It goes like almost directly to the gate of a FET. And it works very similar to like a car antenna. So, well, the old style, not the shark fin things like today. So, you look at like an old school car antenna, it's like, 2.5 feet high. And people have said, oh, I got great AM reception on my car, especially when you go back to like the 60s. Those cars, boy, they had great AM reception. It's like, how the hell is that possible? How do you get great reception out of a 2.5 foot tall whip antenna? Well, it's because it's feeding into a high impedance input. So if the antenna isn't loaded down, then the signal that's induced on it can stay relatively high. So it's only when you have a receiver with 50 ohm, 75 ohm input, that's when you have to have the full size antennas. But if you have something which has like a 10 meg ohm input, you can get away with having a 2.5 foot antenna, and it'll perform very similarly to a full size antenna.
Yeah, I'm looking at them now on eBay. It's pretty neat. They're tiny too. Like I honestly like looking from afar. Like just when you put it in Google, it's just got that little PVC pipe thing. I thought an antenna, like a whip, came out of the top of that. I mean, that is the antenna.
Yeah, those that you're looking at are the kind that it's got like a circuit board that's rectangular in there. So the circuit board's like 2 inches wide and like maybe a foot high or long. And so the circuit, like the trace in there, there's not a lot to it. It's got like a panel. There's a copper trace, which is like the whole board, and that's the antenna. And then it turns into like more of an etched circuit board down at the bottom, where there's a tiny high impedance amplifier, broadband RF amplifier. So the circuit board, the trace on the circuit board is actually the antenna. So that's the model you're looking at, and they're very popular.
Yeah, I'm looking at one right now on eBay. I got it like zoomed in on it as you were like explaining it. I was going, you're like down to a tiny little RF amplifier. You can see it on the board. That's funny. Man, it's pretty cool. This stuff's cheap. It's $20 for that thing. That's pretty cool, man. Especially for people who SWL, they live in apartments, they can't put up a big antenna, so on and so forth. And you see a lot of if you hover over a lot of the Kiwi SDR spots, you see that a lot of them are using those active antennas.
I don't think that antenna would be good for an apartment, only because it's very sensitive and it picks up signals from everywhere, all directions. Like the loop antenna that you've got, that would make a much better apartment antenna. Those active antennas that you were just looking at, those are best when they're mounted outside, like on a pole, and they have to be mounted away from everything.
Oh. Okay. Well, then I retract my previous statement and inject yours.
Geez, $20 for those things? It's getting to the point where I should just pick one up just for laughs.
Yeah. Here's an assembled mini whip, active. Here's one for $14.08 on eBay. With the bias tee. Yeah, dude. I mean, you can get anything on eBay for next to nothing if you want to wait long enough. A lot of the stuff will, you got to wait for a month or so, or sometimes 2 months for it to get it from China. But what the hell?
There you go. $14 and free shipping. And it comes over on a ship which is currently still anchored off the coast of California.
I know, man. Yep. At least you'll know where it's at.
That's right. Those ships have been there so long you could actually go on Google Earth and zoom down and count the ships. They're still there.
Yeah, man.
And hello to Bob, if that's Bob out there. Oh, I thought I heard ENY.
Man, my buddy Alex is really trying hard to get on the air here, man. On 80 meters and get on AM with us. He's a CB buddy of mine, and a real good dude, real smart kid. And he just bought a same antenna that I got, and he's getting an SDR. He's doing it up, man. So he's taking his general, and hopefully we're going to hear him on the air real soon. He lives out a little west of me. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to that.
Oh, so he's already started the tests.
Yeah. He's in the process.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, he's a good dude. So I'll be cool to get more on the air, man. Yo, did you know that heavy metal rally was last night? And there was a lot of AM up and down the band, but apparently nobody knew that it was that thing going on because they didn't really promote it, I guess.
Really? So okay. When someone mentioned the heavy metal rally, I hadn't heard anything of it. So, but what was it? Some people said, yeah, it's this weekend, and other people didn't know. And all right, I wasn't on last night, so I didn't hear any of it. When did it start and end?
When did what?
When did the event start and when did it end?
Oh, it was just last night, I believe. Yeah, it was just a one day event. I'll get you the specifics here. Hold on.
Great. While you're doing that, I have to go drag dinner off the stove before it boils over, so I'll be right back. Which means that I'm not going to be transmitting. So people are sitting there going, God, this guy just can go on forever. He's like number 2 to Timtron. Okay, fine. You can get in on the QSO now. I'll be right back at 1BCG.
Alright. And it just says on the 31st annual 75-meter heavy metal rally for AM operators is scheduled for Saturday, January 8th, 2022. That's all it says. That's from the Electric Radio website. So, I don't know. W3MMR, stand by.
right. The perfect winter dinner. I get that set up there. Chili.
Oh, is this thing working? Is this thing is working?
Is taking up the majority of my seat edge. It would be a lot more comfortable if I had more access to the seat, but he's taken over.
Strapped Clark.
Yes.
There you go. Clark, you're being strapped by Daryl and Billy. They're strapping you.
Got the strap on. Strap.
Well, strap away.
Billy!
Hey, Clark, Bill, K4IBC said he does have pickled egg, sausage, and pickled feet in the meat section at the Piggly Wiggly.
I'm trying to learn how to code in Solidity in the middle of this course over here. I'll be listening to W2BTK.
I got another language.
That's above my pay grade.
I'm still plowing my way through PHP.
I still use WordPress.
I prefer Apple Press.
Is that really a thing?
Yeah. You take apples from the orchard, put it in there, crank the thing down, and get apple juice.
Oh, shut up.
Apple Press.
What's going on, Daryl?
I finally got this 390 to work. Button it up. Just gotta find me a speaker with a transform on it. But thought it wasn't gonna work. A friend of mine's had it about 8-9 years in his basement, and I said, "What you doing with it?" He said, "Nothing." Took, I don't know. He liked to go and stuff with knobs and tubes. So I've been working on it all weekend, and it works. Got, find me a good speaker now. Find a real good speaker. It'll go good with the gates. Nice color scheme, go right with it. But then again, I said, damn, this thing go look good with the T3. Sit right on top of it.
Oh, well, that's the perfect pairing for the T3, but yeah, man, cool. Well, the Gates sounds fantastic tonight. It sounds the best it's ever sounded. You got it. I think you definitely got it nailed in, man. So 2 thumbs up. Sounds really, really good. And I think Clark would have to agree. Ain't that right, Clark?
Clark is probably eating.
Darn right I am.
Attaboy.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute, Perry. Phone ring. Hold on.
Yeah. The landline.
All right. Yep. Chili. Chili and what's in this? I can't even think. But a perfect winter Sunday night dinner.
I had a beefy 5-layer burrito from Taco Bell, and then had another one for dinner, well, lunch.
Perry, this thing still strapping?
I'll be right back. W3OMR. Something just went haywire.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, boy.
It was like my power supply lost voltage, or I had a brownout or something. My SDR shut off. My Yaesu FTM 400 VHF UHF rig shut off. I heard the power supply in my amplifier go clonk. That was really weird. But the internet, my computer's still on and the stream's still going.
So you say I got this thing right now, Perry?
Yeah, man, it sounds fantastic, Daryl. It really does. You are on the gates, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm on the gates. I'm on the gates. Turned all the levels down low as it could go. And it's so damn low, I could barely see any needles moving. But, that's how it is. I gotta keep everything damn low. I can't even turn the switch up.
Yeah, well, it sounds... Well, you're 40 over, and audio sounds great. Well, however you got to run it, man, you know, that's a big transmitter. What's that, a Gates, BC what?
1T, Tango or something.
Oh, that's the same one they have up at the league, isn't it?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, that's the same one Timmy modified. And, you had Robert do that one for you, right?
Yeah, Robert did this creation of this. Yeah.
Yeah, alright. Well, it doesn't get any nicer than that, then. That's about as nice as a broadcast transmitter can probably get on amateur AM radio.
Yeah, I gotta check out my light bill next month. I might have to plug back up the T368. I gotta look at my light bill now. These 833s glowing like a big old light bulbs.
10 amps each.
There's 4 of them in there. So yeah, this thing just to light the tubes, you need 40 amps. Just to light the tube. That's awesome. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you put that thing on high, man. Your old lady goes outside and looks at that power meter. It'll be spinning like Clark Griswold.
It'll do that just running the heaters on those tubes. I'm sorry, they're filaments. They're 833s. Never mind.
I know a couple more weeks to get a light bill here. Oh boy. I don't know then, Perry.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know, man. Yeah, that's pretty cool, but you gotta bust out that wallet, I guess, if you want to play with the big dogs.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I'm gonna sit on the side a little bit. Wow. Work day again. I hate Mondays. Some guys don't want to come in. They be late, and then I gotta work harder and all that old crap. Sometimes deliveries come to the truck, unload duct work. I just hope everybody show up tomorrow. All right, Perry. Sounding good up here. I'll be standing by.
All right, Daryl. Good to hear you, man. Gate sounds fantastic, and congrats on everything there. It looks good, too. It looks as good as it sounds. I know that. I wouldn't mind having that 20V2 in my living room, though. One day.
Yeah, Robert, he builds those, too. Yeah, Robert get a hold one of those. Oh, boy, it'd be out of sight.
Yeah, that's like a long way down the road unless I hit the lottery.
You never know. You get one. Never knew I would have a damn gates up inside here. Oh well. I was shooting for a KW1. Boy, they pretty penny. You gotta have a pretty good penny for KW1. All right. One day I get one.
Yeah, you just gotta have enough money to, basically buy a brand new car in cash.
I know.
Yeah, man, it's just like any hobby, man. People put boats. You know what I'm saying? I know some people, who do not make six figures a year and buy, a boat that's six figures. You know what I'm saying? And just paying on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because they like, it's what they're into, man. It's pretty cool. Yeah, man, I just don't have the room for anything like this. I'd have to cut out the wall in my living room to fit something like this in the house.
I heard that. All right. Well, good talking to you. I'm going to button this thing up on this 390 and go find me a speaker upstairs. I know I got like a helicopter or something up there with those transformers in it. I got a couple old big speakers. All right. I'll be back. I'll go upstairs for a minute. I shall return.
Take care, Daryl. There'll be 3 of them more. What model does Blaine have, Clark? Alright, I'm gonna get on out of here. Let the stream roll on. Tune on up to 3885 or something and go in the other room. Go watch some football. Catch you guys later, Clark, Daryl. Anyone else who may be listening. W3MMR.
W2GOR.
Bye, Gordon.
Have a good night. Good night.
Have a great night. A great night.
You too.
Yeah.
Boston 3 Romeo, Hotel Romeo.
This is what you get. This is where things are going. Yep, this is what's happening. You got to turn amplifier.
Hello 40, hello CQ, CQ 40, excuse me, 75. Hello CQ. CU 75 AM, hello CQ. CU 75 AM phone, hello CQ, kilo wide ball.
Right. We have to both occupy this chair simultaneously. You can't, take over. Murphy wants to be the care bear of the air chair.
Tell me something good.
Where'd everybody go, for Pete's sakes?
Wow. I guess they could mentally telepath that the wrecking ball was coming.
You mean like a preemptive departure?
Rats leaving the sinking ship before the hole was even bored into the hull.
Hello CQ, CQ 75 AM phone from KB3RHR, Pittsburgh. Kilo wide Boston 3 Romeo, Hotel Romeo, calling. CU 75 AM phone, listening.
Switch to FM mode. Go to FM, John.
Well, okay, fine business. N1B CG.
K1QAR. QAR.
WNY, good evening.
Hello Radio, K1QAR. Oh, baby, I'm going to have to tune you in there. You're a bit off frequency.
What are we going for?
73 1/3.
WATWNY, Friday.
Well, it should be 33 1/3, but, you know, it's 73 1/3. I'm sorry about that.
Excuse me, I just when it was off, I was at 75.
Well, you know, a kilocycle among friends is no big deal, but 1.7, that's a bunch.
That's true. WATWNY, Friday. Are you transmitting but no audio coming back? I see a carrier, a large one.
No, it's not me. We're going to have a real party here shortly. It's another person.
Okay, just wondering because I saw the S-meter like pegged. I was like, wow.
You know, those guys with the carriers, they think they're checking into the chloroform net.
Yeah. I'm located here in Islip, Long Island. Are you whereabouts roughly are you located?
I used to be, you know, I used to be over there under the bridge, but now I'm in the Boston area. K1QAR.
Well, you have a very, very good signal down here into Long Island tonight.
Well, I got my gigantic beam antenna pointed your way.
Okay. You have a beam antenna on 80?
Oh yeah, doesn't everybody? It's a beam antenna, man. It goes right past the street light, and it goes up into the ionosphere, and then it comes down into your backyard.
Yeah, it goes back down into my backyard. You're doing good in this backyard, though. Yeah, I know I'm running about, I don't know, about 35 watts. Soon to be a lot more. And I was just sitting here listening before, and you know, passes the time at least building things.
I got a nice gray tube amplifier that'll get you up to 200 watts if you're interested.
No, I finished an amplifier here that'll do 250 carrier and about 1,000 peak, but the problem is it wants a very low power to drive it, and I can't run it with the rig.
Well, that sucks. If you got an amplifier and you can't interface it with the rig, man, I guess you gotta either get rid of the rig or get rid of the amplifier.
Well, I have a modulator that I built for this thing, and it's sitting here on the bench. Been on and off on this modulator for, I don't know, about a year. The other, I have a Class E one that I finished, but I don't like it, so I'm cleaning that thing up too. You know, we'll start in the evening. Just, you know, it's either this or television. You can take your pick.
Yeah, well, man, that's too bad. I gotta go check on this football game. It's a little disappointing. Our team seems to be not playing real football.
All right, WATWNY, we'll be listening.
yet.
So W3SLK in the group, 73 from KD3HT. Good night for now.
Yeah, okay, Steve. KD3HT with the W3FJJ sign. And I'm the last.
He did, but then again, the band was getting long on 60 meters, and this was about a half an hour ago. So, anyway, yeah, I'm not going to be spending a lot of money on radio stuff here this year. At least I don't want to. I want to try to spice up with what I've got. In other words, keep what I got. I'd love to be able to. I am still looking over that Kenwood TS890. I've heard them on the air, and they sound sweet. They look sweet. But I don't have $4,000 to go dump it to a radio right now. So that's as far as that goes. So I might as well just improve with what I've got. And the Zigu was kind of an impulse buy, but I'll tell you what, toe dipping in SPR, I like the technology. It is kind of neat, but there are some downfalls of it, though, that this Kenwood is superior over. Yeah, for sure. And I guess back to you, Craig, and that's what's up. I guess I'll tweak on the antenna tuner, because I'm tuned up more 3880, I think, here, just 5 kT. Not a huge difference, but I'm going to want to come to that. What do you think? KB3 RHR. Whoops, my timer just went out. I do have a 3-minute timer. You can tell I'm on a rice box when I got a 3-minute timer kick off. KB3 RHR into MDV.
Yeah, okay, Phil, getting a little, I don't know if it's going to swing backward or not, but getting a little light on that last transmission. But yeah, I think Brent was the one that's played with that. I'm not sure. Definitely wasn't me. Anything lately I've bought's been 50 plus years old, so, or 60 plus years old, so I kind of tend to hang more to the vintage stuff than the newfangled, although when I get in the other shack, it's all newfangled. But when I come in here, normally when I do the AM stuff, it's mostly on this stuff, so I'm sure that's Brett. Brett's he's the R&D department of the AM crew, I guess. He's always finding something and trying it, so that'd be the guy to talk to about it. Yeah, I'm laid off of transmitters, receivers, and regular radios. I'm going to go back. Let's see, it's been, for some of the antennas, it's been well over 10 years since I've done.
I have a high noise level that's particularly aggravating tonight.
6-meter Yagi, and put more HF in the air, since I don't do a lot of 6 meters anymore, so that'll be a big project, I'm sure. I'm thinking something like 3 or 4 elements on 15, something like that. 15 is a pretty nice band. I mean, that's the first time this year I got to really ever play that band, and it's a pretty big band. Actually, there's lots of room to go there, both in sideband and AM. So I'm thinking about doing that. But and that's it. That'll be the spring, man. That'll be a big endeavor. Normally, I might have some vacation around that time. Maybe get something done before summer gets here. But building antennas, takes a dedicated 2 or 3 days, and then another whole day or 2 to get it up on the tower and stuff. So it's a big endeavor anymore. But yeah, I need to change it. Need to change things up here. Like I said, some of these antennas have been in the air for well over 10 years, and that big Yagi's been beat up by the wind pretty good. Still ticking, but I'm sure some things are stressed on it, so maybe get it down and rework it, and someday put it back up. But that's on the plans here. That's the only radio plans here. That's enough for me anyway. So let me see if you're still copying. N2MDV in West Virginia, KB3RHR.
Not a problem, Craig. I mean, you're kind of toggling between 10 over and 30 over 9, so no problem in doing that. And by the way, you got a superior 6-meter reaching station, because when you turn your beams towards me, you and I are dependent on, over on any kind of skip propagation to talk to each other on 6. I mean, I only have a 6-meter relay over here, and when you swing down this way and try to catch people on sporadic E, well, I'm here, I hear you, and you can hear me back. So, and that's just running, well, basically barefoot power back to you. In fact, that's, I think, how you and I both caught each other was on 6 meters originally. So, I'll tell you what you had there is a sounding station, and the fact that you and I could talk on 6 as far as apart from each other, you with what you've got, and me with the Halo antenna, well, I'd tell you something right there. So, I don't know. 6 meters wasn't that great last year for the most part, but I still want to keep that up. So I still like having the Halo because the idea of being omnidirectional. I do have a 300 beam to put up, and a rotor. I haven't done it yet. When I'm going to do it? Sooner or later. Just one of those other projects that I'm waiting for another tree to get a little bit thicker over here. So, oh yeah. And I think the tube got a little dusty. I'm smelling them right now. Yeah, I haven't been used, like I said, I haven't used this much here just around Halloween, and then right after the first week of November, it just seems like I got incredibly busy where I couldn't get back on the radio as much at all. Hey, by the way, I was trying to kick around. When is the heavy metal rally coming around? Do you have any idea? Give me your chart and 2MDV.
Sounds like someone's trying to tune up.
You're all tuned up there?
Yeah, maybe, Craig.
Or was that Brian?
That was Craig. All right, who else we got in here? And 2MDV over at this end. Strap.
Was that Brian or Craig?
That was Craig over at the other end. And you must have scared him. Where'd you go there, Craig? KP3 RHR and 2MDV. Most of the motors coming out of the as well. The situation. Look what you guys just did. This what? Great big dump.
That fired up the trophy out in the midway.
Alpha 1, Mexico, Tango.
So, it's not critical.
Yeah, it's probably that dipstick goes ARD.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't listen.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh.
last couple of weeks just been relaxing here and trying to get over the COVID. Well, actually, this is the second time I had COVID. I had the original COVID, and then I had this. Now, I didn't get tested because I don't have to get tested. But my ex-wife had to be tested. She passed, well, she got tested positive, 2 home tests on Christmas Day. And then the day after Christmas, she went to the lab and got tested because she was scheduled for a colonoscopy on that Wednesday. And because she had to have a test within 48 hours, and she tested positive. And so I know what I had. I didn't have to be tested because I'm not working. Nobody needs to know what I have. But my youngest son, he got tested because he's working, and he tested positive. So he's been home for the last 10 days. I don't know if he's going back to work tomorrow or he's got to wait till Wednesday. But the ex-wife lucked out because she was still very, very tired. But school was closed 2 days last week. I think Wednesday and Friday because of the weather, snow and ice. Wednesday and Friday. So she was able to stay home, which was a good break for her. And she's back to normal pretty much, still tired. It does linger. It's kind of weird. The first bout of COVID back in November of 2020 only lasted like 48 hours. This has been 10 days. But then again, I think I had a touch of pneumonia on top of it, so what can you do? I'm still breathing. That's a positive. I can't believe it. Yeah, see, you must have it. There you go. You're fading. Anyway, I'm not going to stay in here. I just figured I'd see who might be floating around on 160. I was listening to some of the goings on 75 and yada, yada, yada. I know I'm bad, but, you get to a point where you've heard it all 100 times and you just don't want to hear it anymore. Whichever frequency it is. I think you know what I'm talking about. But, yeah, I'm going to sign out and go downstairs, have a cocktail or two, and then go to sleep early, which is what I've been doing lately. Only because that's what I feel like doing. Of course, now I'm not sleeping for 12 hours, though. 8-9 hours, and I'm up. Whereas for a few days there, it was solid 12 hours, man. It was go to bed at 8 o'clock at night, and the eyes don't even open till 8 o'clock the next morning. Got up and headed downstairs. Didn't even feel like having coffee. Just went and laid on the couch and fell asleep on the couch for the rest of the day. Well, I guess it was a good thing that I don't have to worry about dealing with people at a job or going to work or so much, for that kind of stuff. I can just do what I need to do. Take it easy, relax, or not. So anyway, Bob, 7-3, I guess David had a long phone call. I don't know if he's coming back to chat you up, but I'm going to bail out and head downstairs. So good to hear you. We'll talk to you, well, maybe tomorrow night. I'll keep the 160 deck in line here and probably get back on tomorrow evening. See what's cooking. 7-3 for now. K1, KBW, W1, LLY.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little break here. Actually, I think I put the big rig on, so I gotta lower the wattage on this one here, and yeah, I gotta do that. I'm gonna put the big one on.
Being here for a while.
No, I'm just signing out. So maybe you could stir up some activity, but now I'm bailing out. Gonna head downstairs, have a drink or two, and there's nothing to watch on TV on Sunday night. Don't feel like watching a movie. It's funny, I put a couple of movies on, and after about 15 minutes, it's like, what, are you kidding me? This is a crappy movie. You know, the various movies that are fairly highly rated, at least in the Amazon Prime world, you know, on their star rating system. And it's like, are you kidding me? This movie sucks. So I've been very disappointed in the pickings on TV. And, you know, the only thing I've watched as far as the news is Tucker, and usually only the first half. And then I'll pick up some of the tidbits from the second half the next day on YouTube. But, not very exciting. So, I'm going to bail out. David will probably be back, and maybe some others will show up here. So, 7-3 for now. K1, KBW, W1, LLY.
I'm not sure it has a minute.
I can't see it. Playing games with myself. It's not the best fun. Okay, it's still 40 degrees.
Hello, check. W3SCC testing. Checking audio. 1, 2, 1, 2.
They almost an inch, I think 0.98 on my weather station out back. We did not need that. The temperatures were up a little bit like 40, not much, but they're down. Last I looked, they were down in the upper 30s, into the mid-30s. And I think they're heading down to the teens tonight. So if you don't like the Midwest weather, just wait a day. It'll sure change. I heard you on, I think it was 3880. 3880. By the way, the other night on 160 with the Michigan guys Friday night. He was definitely the channel master that night. I heard you better than I heard anybody else. But there were just a lot of people, and I thought, I'm just listening tonight. I've been fighting allergies. I've taken 2 allergy pills. Fed 2 of them to the dog, and she's got some little scratches from allergies. I don't know what the heck's going on. Probably all the soft maple trees breathing it again. They lost their leaves, and I bet it wasn't. I think they lost their last leaves in late November. And I bet it wasn't 3 weeks later they were budding again. So who knows? Kind of warm. Let's see, Ken broke in page 2. We were talking about the Air Spy, a little SDR receiver. The initial dynamic range and overlay rejection. He said, my only thing is, no bigger than it is. It's like a cigarette pack size. He's compared it to a Flex 5000, and it's better in most regards. And I know I use an SDR play with my A13 rig. I think it's two independent receivers. And I have to use a broadcast transceiver in front of it. But then again, like I told him, I'm running a 2.5 on a week. So, as you might imagine, which also has a lowest SDR, about 280 kilohertz. And a resonance point right above the broadcast band. W1CTC from WA1MTZ.
Yeah, WA1MTZ. W1CTC. Very good. Name here is Bob. Formerly was
In fact, from the 80s, I was heavyweight. Anyway, we used to work. From time to time, and we hit each other, found each other on different AM frequencies over the years. And I think I started working you on 6 meters sometime back in the 70s or something like that. Anyway, that's the way it is. That's the way it is now. Anyway, the rig here is a Flex 6300 to a straight balance free dipole. That's about 50 feet. And we're running the Heathkit SB1000. 25 watts up to about 110 or something like that. In that neighborhood. And I was fooling around down here in the shack, and I said, well, I got to take this amplifier apart because in the 80-meter band, it's got a 2.5 to 1 SWR. Something screwed up on the tuning circuit there, so I got to take that apart. All the other bands are fine, but not that one. And I was contemplating doing that tonight. I'm not feeling particularly ambitious, so I said, well, it's working every place else. I'll try someplace else, and I'll be cautious. So, anyway, that's the deal. This is W1CTC. Over to you, Mike. And you're about 30 over here. About 30 over here on the S meter. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, Bob. W1CTC from WA1MTZ. Well, you have to give me your location here. Where your location is, and if you can remember the old call sign. I'm still active on 6 meters. In fact, I had one of the transmitters warmed up on 6. Just in case I didn't get a call back here, I can go up to 6 meters and give a CQ. And it was back in the 70s and 80s. I was in Suffield, Connecticut. And actually, I maintained a station here right up until, oh gosh, I think it was 2013, no, maybe 2014. And we still have a station over there. And that's all gone now, just this location. Okay, in the rig and run the amp with it. Sounds good. Yeah, sounds real nice. And I'm running about 350 watts. And the transmitter's got a pair of 813s in it. Modulated by a pair of 838 triodes. And then has a pair of 7581s in push-pull. Feeding that. And a Shure microphone, a Shure Unisphere dynamic mic, 150 ohm balanced out, goes to an Ampex mixer, and an AM864U limiter, and a Roland EQ up there in the rack too. And my antenna kind of goes, let's see, the wire goes kind of east to west. And at one point it's only about 20 feet off the ground. And then the other end is up there maybe about 60 feet off the ground at the other end. And the terrain here goes up and down, mostly down. So the antenna wire is on an angle, and a lot of big pine trees around here too. And all that. I've got an 80 meter wire hanging off the 160 meter one. And I did have this thing tuned up yesterday on 75 meters, and I had to check out another station against my dipole antenna, and it seemed to be the same. Because I don't know what it's like at night. Any difference or... I gotta try it on 40 meters and see how it... If it gets out on 40 at all, I don't know. So here's an antenna coupler here at the end of the line. The antenna coupler is a coil across the feeders with a dual section 400 puff cap. There's no link on it. And the center tap of the coil goes to ground. The low impedance is tapped I think 2 or 3 turns from center. I think 3 turns. A 4.5 inch diameter coil. So Bob, back to your original location, and once you're still on 6 meters. Because if I had your old call there, maybe I'd ring a bell. You know, I know, talked to you before there. W1CTC from WA1MTZ.
Yeah, WA1MTZ. W1CTC. Yeah. Boy, that's disconcerting when something that's so familiar falls out of your head and suddenly you're looking for it, and it just isn't in the memory bank. And then it comes popping, and it's WA1WVJ was my old call. And it was originally in West Haven, and then now I'm in Orange, and in Orange, Connecticut, down near New Haven. And all that, fine on the Humboldt Brig. It sounds really nice, and I don't homebrew my stuff. I did homebrew electronics, or well, it was homebrew. It was for commercial stuff, all for my work life, and I just didn't feel like doing any more of that. So I more or less assemble stuff together. The last big project was getting my remote set up so my son can operate my station from down there in Florida where he lives, and that works out really well. And I can control my antennas and the power on of the rig and do all that stuff, and we share the station here. So that was a fun project to get done. And I just do ATV stuff and that kind of thing. Only a couple of us left still doing ATV. There's some digital stuff people are talking about, but nobody around here is doing it, so it's not worth the investment to get involved in that. So me and the other guy, we stay on analog television, the last remaining analog television stations, I guess, around. And the only station in Connecticut, I guess. But I have a good time with that. And that was my last homebrew project, to get that amplifier and everything that going on. And so, it's disconcerting when stuff falls out of your head. And you get older, and suddenly something that was there yesterday is gone, and then it comes back. And what are you gonna do? It's better than the alternative, I guess. Not having any memory at all. Hold on. I gotta take this call, so I gotta see. Maybe we'll get you on there again. Sorry. This is W1CTC.
Okay, Bob, very good. I'll let you go there and get the phone call. You gotta go. Nice to hook up with you again, and turn your old call sign there. There's a guy down in Old Saybrook on 6 meter AM down your way. He's put up a tower, and boy, he's got a big signal up here. I run 110 watts plate modulated on 6 as well now. 6 elements. Okay. 50.4. Remember to get on 50.4 on Wednesday nights, 7:30. I'll let you go get that call. LBQRZ here on the frequency. On your stations as might stop by here. This is WA1 Mexico Tango Zanzibar, QRZ.
Yeah, quick, Mike. What was that frequency again?
50.400. 50.400. Wednesday night at 7:30. Sometime 20 after 7. Between 20 after 7 and 7:30. And most of the stations are in central and eastern Connecticut. And I'm kind of like, northwest. But, yep. Wednesday nights.
Okay, very good, Mike. 7-3. And sorry for jumping on that. Catch you next time. I hang around. We'll see. 7-3. WA1MTZ. W1CTC is third, Georgia.
Hey, Roger, Bob. Yes, indeed. Calling CQ on 160. CQ 160 meters AM radio. This is Whiskey Alpha 1, Mexico Tango Zanzibar, WA1MTZ. WA1MTZ calling CQ 160 and standing by for a call. Nothing heard. Calling CQ 160, CQ 160. CQ 160 meters from WA1MTZ. WA1 Mexico Tango Zanzibar calling. WA1MTZ calling CQ. 1875. CQ 160 meters calling CQ 160 meters. WA1 Mexico Tango Zanzibar. WA1 MTZ calling CQ 160 and standing by for a call. Nothing heard. Calling CQ. Calling CQ. Got low line voltage here tonight, looks like. 108. 108 volts. Kind of low. Calling CQ 160, CQ 160, CQ 160 from WA1 MTZ, WA1 Mexico Tango Zanzibar. WA1 MTZ calling CQ. And CQ calling CQ. And CQ calling CQ. Whiskey Alpha 1 Mexico Tango Zanzibar. WA1MTZ calling CQ 160. CQ calling CQ. CQ calling CQ from Whiskey Alpha 1, Mexico Tango Zanzibar. WA1MTZ calling CQ 160 and standing by for a call. the best guess on my part is the feed line length will be more important than the actual length of the radiating elements in the antenna. I read a lot of articles and do a Google search for, I think it's W4RNL. And his last name is Cevik, C-E-V-I-K. And he's just got tons and tons of info on the internet about, open wire fed antennas and just all kinds of HF antennas. And I've read just a ton of his stuff. But there was one article in particular that I read. There are several lengths of open wire feed line you kind of want to stay away from. And I don't remember what they are right off the top of my head. Hope that makes some sense. AC8FL and 8ZRD.
Yeah, N8ZRD, AC8FL. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You kind of confirmed a little bit about what was asking relative to the resonance, but good discussion, because then it made me remember that this rig expert is supposed to be able to work into those higher impedance systems. So while I was listening, I flipped it on and went into setup, and sure enough, it'll basically, the default was there at 50 ohm line, but it's got 75, 100, 150, 200, 300, 450, and 600 ohm line. So that's what I ought to do, is select 600 ohm line and then put it directly onto this balanced line and give that a shot. So that'll be an interesting experiment. I'll do that here later. So that, in fact, I recall now seeing that in the spec, because that was one of the additional advantages that the AE55 had over the slightly lesser model, was being able to work into those higher impedance lines. So it'll be interesting to see what it shows for resonance there on those. And good, I recall seeing some of Cevic's info, but I'm going to look that one up again and look a little more specifically at the wire-fed antennas. And had not thought about using the balun in line, because that might be worth running an AB and do the one-to-one balun off of the balance line here into the rig expert too. So another possible experiment I should add to the list. Oh, and back to the question on the PC610, that was the part probably mixed. Yeah, the stock transmitter, the stock military PC610 was the military transmitter used through World War II and into the very early 50s, before they were more or less superseded by the T3 here and some other options. But those are the stock tubes in there, and I see that as a liability. Like you, would prefer to have a spare tube or tubes as needed for certainly the modulator and the vinyl, and that's where those darn 2A3s, the triodes, are so sought after by the audiophiles. That drives the price up, and then the 100TH or the 250THs is just kind of rare birds anyway. So was kind of searching a little bit to see if others had done some tube swaps or other things in that, to know what the options might be if you wanted to go another direction. But just pondering that possibility. But you don't want to end up with a transmitter that you don't have tubes for and isn't easily retubed to serve, I guess. Let's see. I think that's about all I could recall from that one. Send it back over to you. I can't see if I didn't answer anything there. N8ZRD, AC8FL.
Oh, yeah, you answered everything. And I didn't even another better reason for upgrading my antenna analyzer. Mine will only, the only options I have in the setup menu or settings menu is 50 and 75 ohms. It has nothing above or below that. So that's interesting. Yeah, I think I saw that. in the spec sheet, the outline of the new rig expert analyzers. I'll have a look a little further into that. BC610, yeah, that explains it. Well, I'm sure there's other tubes you could use. Triodes, three-way modulator, in the RF deck. But I would almost bet that those are maybe 4-pin tubes, or, you'd have to do some serious modifications. Whether or not they're reversible, I don't know, because I've never actually had one in my hands. I love to have one. I've got an SX28A that go right along with it. Yeah, that was some of the same things I thought about when I had my Globe King. I had a Globe King 400, and I traded it for the broadcast rig, which is a BC1G, and I still have a Globe King 275, which was the very first Globe King. And I think Tim's got a couple of them, UHZ. I think they were called Globe Champions 300s, which were kind of the same, only different. But the finals in the Globe King 275 and the 400 are called V70Ds, Victor 70 Delta. And I just have to have at least a half a dozen, maybe more. There's two of them in the transmitter, and that's the only finals in it, and that's really pretty much the tube complement. The rest of the stuff is available. It uses 4 6L6s and push-pull parallel in the modulator, which is very interesting. So yeah, I'm pretty well covered on finals. I read a couple articles about guys trying to convert the Globe King 400 and not 275. Those are kind of rare, which is why I kept mine. But there were a couple guys that converted them to 572Bs. But then again, fuel dissipation is an issue. And nowadays, most recently, they're almost impossible to find. You can find them, they're Chinese copies, but in my opinion, a 572B is not a really good AM RF tube. Well, it's not tough enough. Excuse me, sorry about that. So anyway, yeah, I don't know what, I haven't looked into it, substitute for a 250TH or for the 100 THs or whatever those are. Like I said, don't know much about that transmitter, but I'd like to have one. But I don't think I'd ever have one if I didn't have a couple spare sets of tubes for it. ACHFL and ZRD.
Yeah, just kind of the same thing. Be a fun one to have, but sure I'd like to be able to keep it on the air and have so maybe I'll have some more discussions, but yeah, they're certainly becoming more rare and not, I don't know, I guess there were a ton of those things out there, going back 30 or 40 years ago, and that's becoming more rare now. Yeah, I'm sure I heard Sam on that Globe Cast runs that gateway interesting on that, and I agree with you on the 5 just would not want to go there as a possible flop, so I may do a little more research and give it some more thought, because I'm going to be running out of space here pretty soon. The way I've been going, I may be better off keeping it with lighter weight components. So I don't know. Interesting to think about. So well, I better run here, Kent. So I'm going to say 73s and listen out here, and I'll have more to report now that I can put my rig expert over to the higher.
do a bit more sweep. I'll maybe be able to report back next time we talk about what I'm showing for resonances on the long wire here then. And I made a note here. We'll look at the sequence site and antennas. So real good discussion. Always enjoy it, Kat. So we'll let you go. Send it back to you for the final. Then EC8 Bell back to 8
Okay, John. Oh, yeah. Always a pleasure. Love talking about that stuff. Yeah, as you search on in the CB's articles, I know he has one entire article, or maybe even a couple, that deal with open wire feedback. And mostly with fabricating it. And there's a bunch of tables in there, and, you know, shows spacing versus length and all that stuff, you know, for impedance. Actually, it's a chart with the different length spacing and wire size and all that stuff. Good stuff. 73. Yeah, enjoy the new antenna analyzer. That was not bad. I mean, I don't know what I'd do without mine. And finding out after talking to you that it's now somewhat limited. So, oh well. Who needs an excuse to buy another toy? 73, Kevin. Have a great evening. ACNFL. Shut up.
Yeah, 73, Jack. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
couldn't seem to get